All right, good morning. As everyone's grabbing their seats here, we're going to get started. Welcome to day 2 of the SARM convention, as always, and as expected, it is a packed house today. A real quick reminder that we're still supporting STARS Air Ambulance with their 50/50, so on your way to visit the trade show of 173 exhibitors, please grab your 50/50 ticket. And just a respectful reminder again, if you do have your cell phones with you, to please make sure they are on silent for the day. And now I would like to begin by inviting Bill Huber, SARM President, to welcome Premier Scott Moe. Bill?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our second day of the convention. And it's my pleasure this morning to kick off today's proceedings by introducing the Premier of Saskatchewan, Scott Moe. Scott Moe was first elected to the Saskatchewan Legislature in the 2011 provincial election in the constituency of Ross Thurn-Shellbrook. He was re-elected in 2016, and he was elected leader of the Saskatchewan Party on January the 27th, 2018, and sworn in as Premier of Saskatchewan on February 2nd, 2018. Premier Moe was born and raised on a grain farm between Shellbrook and Parkside. He and his wife Krista currently reside nearby in Shellbrook. He was educated at the University of Saskatchewan, where he received his Bachelor of Science in Agriculture. He has previously served as Minister of Environment, Minister of Advanced Education, Minister responsible for Saskatchewan Water Corporation, and Minister responsible for Saskatchewan Water Security Agency. Premier Moe's priorities include a focus on increasing Saskatchewan's exports to create opportunities for people and further grow Saskatchewan's economy. To this end, he created the Ministry of Trade and Export Development with a mandate to sustain and develop relationships within Saskatchewan's current export customers and place an increased emphasis on diversifying our markets worldwide. He has made it a priority to engage with current and prospective trading partners around the world to advocate for Saskatchewan's export industries. Saskatchewan supplies much-needed goods and commodities such as food, fuel, and fertilizer to over 150 countries. Premier Moe is also committed to advancing the economic interests of Saskatchewan through strengthening Saskatchewan's high-quality agriculture, mining, manufacturing, and energy industries that meet the needs of growing markets around the globe with world-leading efficiency and sustainability. Please join me in welcoming Premier Scott Moe.
Thank you very much, Bill, and thank you to you and the entirety of the SARM board and all of those involved in not just putting on the SARM annual convention this year, but for all you do in providing leadership to rural municipalities across the province each and every day. Welcome to all of the Reeves, the councillors, the municipal leaders. I know Suma has representation here, the RCMP with the Robin McNeil. He's the second McNeil that I met. His brother was the Premier of Nova Scotia. Stephen McNeil was the first McNeil I met a number of years ago. And then also, of course, to the MLAs in our provincial cabinet, we will have the opportunity to take part in the bear pit here in a very short period of time when I finish. And I would just say, and I was telling Bill on the way down here, that is one of the events that I look forward to most throughout the year. And I think it is incredibly valuable to the provincial cabinet and the government, to whoever it might be, in having, in an hour and a half or 2 hours, having the opportunity to very much visualize and see and be told at times what the priorities are in community after community from corner to corner in this province. And so I want to thank each of you for not only being here, but thank you in advance for taking part in this year's Bear Pit question and answer session that we'll have. It's so good for us to be here, and so good always to see so many familiar faces. I look forward to this event, as I said, and I know Cabinet does as well, and I'll speak for them in case there's a few that are a little bit nervous if it's their first Bear Pit or something of that order. But it's a great opportunity for us to reconnect as your provincial government and municipal leaders from across the province. And it's a great opportunity for us to hear and discuss what the priorities are for your part of the province and maybe the industries that you are involved in, which largely is agriculture, but not exclusively in our province. And it's an opportunity for us as well to hear the solutions from SARM leaders, from municipal leaders, rural municipal leaders from across the province. So it's in the spirit of collaboration that we arrive here each and every year. We may not agree on every single point that we have, and there may be reasons for that, but it's important for us to always be able to have that discussion in year, at this event, and others. So as you know, Saskatchewan and Canadians are facing a great number of challenges today, and I would say those challenges are coming at us in this province and across our nation on many fronts, whether it's traditional regulations from our federal government that I have well versed and rehearsed at this podium in previous conventions, or the uncertainty that is being caused in the international trade sphere, tariffs and trade unrest that are not just directly coming from the United States of America, but indirectly from many other countries as well. And we in this province have taken a somewhat unique approach to each of these challenges that we have. We need to separate our approach to each of them and have a different discussion and take a different position in each of the challenges that we are facing, because they are very, very different. We have today currently an American president that is actually altering his trade relations, his country's trade relations, with a very large number of countries all at the same time. We have not seen that before in my political lifetime or even in my lifetime. These uncertainties and the resulting upheaval of these initiatives, they have a direct impact on Canada and a direct impact on our province as well, and I would say a pretty significant impact on many other provinces across the nation. First and foremost, that impact is felt in our provincial finances, and I know that our province, because of the diversity in products that we produce, we are in a stronger position than most to weather the storm that we collectively are facing. Firstly, because of what we produce. We produce food, fuel, and fertilizer. People need that. It's not a choice to have that. Secondly, and I would say more importantly, it's because of the people, the innovative people across this province that actually produce, mine, and add value to the natural resources that we are blessed with as a province of Saskatchewan. So we continue to diversify what we're producing, and I'll speak about that in a moment. We are diversifying the markets that we sell to. We're reconstituting markets that we traditionally have sold to, but we're also expanding our sales to other markets around the world. In fact, as I have said often, this province sells to over 160 countries each and every year. But again, I'll get to a little bit more of that in a moment. There are a few things more local and I think relevant to what you do in your role as a municipal leader and a community councillor that I want to address before I get into the broader challenges that we're facing and the global challenges that we're facing. So I want to quickly reiterate what many of you would have heard from ministers yesterday. We've been hearing, and I, in my part of the world, have been hearing significant concerns for a number of years now from producers about damage from deer and elk, specifically elk. They're in their property, they're ruining their winter feed, they're ruining their livestock feed for the winter, they're lining up with the livestock when the bales are shredded. And we have tried a number of different initiatives in this space to try to apply some pressure to this challenge that our agricultural producers, our cow-calf producers largely are facing. So today, or yesterday, I suppose, Minister Roden had taken some action in this space. Landowners that have been identified by the Saskatchewan Crop Insurance Corporation are going to receive 8 depredation tags in 2027, and we hope that this is going to be a start of protecting our feed supplies across the province. Producers are facing a number of challenges, and in this case, significantly with elk herds. But I would say that there is another challenge with a much smaller animal as well, also known as a varmint, but it'd be gophers. So for an outsider, and I've talked to a number of outsiders on this, it might not seem like a very important issue. Oh, you have a challenge with gophers, do you? But I know, as you know, and many people across this province know, it is a significant challenge, in particular when one of the most significant tools that we've had is removed in order to control gophers. The federal government has denied a joint request from Saskatchewan and Alberta for the emergency use of strychnine to address the challenges and the problems that we have with that, what's called, I guess, the Richardson ground squirrel, but to me it's a gopher. And we're disappointed with the response that we got back from the federal government. So Premier Smith and I followed up with a joint letter to request the reversal of this decision. And Saskatchewan is quite active in this discussion alongside Alberta, and we've offered some science-based answers to the questions that the PMRA has, and Minister Merritt has very much been central to these discussions. We should be able to utilize that product, and we can, and we are talking to the federal government about how we can limit the exposure to other animals in our ecosystems, and that is the concern that they have. The federal government, I think, in fairness, also needs to understand that when they make these decisions, they need to put an economic lens, and that has to be part of the decision-making process that they go through. And this is one of the items, ironically, that I had discussions with a number of the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff when we were in India. So we'd flown all the way to India to not exclusively talk about gophers, but ended up talking about gophers because of the real losses that are suffered by our ranchers, our cattle producers, and others due to these animals. I'd say now, maybe more than ever before, with the other challenges that we're facing globally, we need to do our level best to work alongside our ag community and protect our producers whenever we can. Which is why we have taken a very firm position as well, and this is actually a moving conversation as we speak, and I'll play a short video here that I didn't understand, so if you do, you can interpret it for me, because it's all lawyer talk, Tim. But we have taken a very significant and I think firm stand when it comes to standing up for law-abiding gun owners in this province and across the nation. There's been successive Liberal governments that on more than one occasion have tried to institute some type of a gun grab. Often, all too often, almost exclusively, that gun grab is impacting Canadian legally owned owners of firearms. And at every step, we have opposed this most recent buyback or gun confiscation program that they have introduced. As I say, it only targets law-abiding gun owners. But we're not the only ones. Each and every province, save for one, is not supportive of this gun confiscation. Every police force that has come forward is not supportive of this gun confiscation. Many, if not all, have virtually stated that they will not participate or enforce this federal program. So to protect the gun owners in Saskatchewan, we have done a number of things, and I want to run through them, and then I'll play this video and I'll interpret the lawyer talk for you. But we established in 2021 the Saskatchewan Firearms Office. Robert Freeberg is our Firearms Commissioner. They'd have provincial oversight over gun issues in the province, gun ownership in the province. Previously, we had passed legislation restricting who would be able to come and confiscate those firearms from you. Essentially what we said is, if you're going to come and confiscate firearms from a Saskatchewan resident, you're going to need a provincial license. That provincial licensing department currently is an unfunded department of government and won't be funded as long as I'm there. So no one is going to show up on your doorstep and say, we need to gather up your firearms. Nevertheless, when the federal law passes, we are in contravention, gun owners are in contravention of the federal law. And so you could be deemed a criminal by the federal government. So last fall, we had introduced legislation with some updates to the Saskatchewan Firearms Act to further protect many of you in this room, many in our cabinet, quite consequently, and many across the province. So just yesterday, Tim McLeod, our Minister of Justice and also the Minister of the Firearms Secretariat, he introduced a number of additional amendments to the Saskatchewan Firearms Act. And I'd like to, if we can, play just a short video. It's 3 minutes long. Very difficult to understand, but I'll interpret. Are we going to get it? Tim, you're out. I'll essentially summarize what went on last night at committee.
This bill contains two sets of amendments. First, the amendments provide legal firearm owners a right to fair compensation for lawfully owned firearms that are rendered valueless by the federal government's recent firearms laws. Under these amendments, a firearm is deemed to be seized by the federal government if, firstly, the firearm is subject to the new federal firearms laws, and secondly, the owner does not receive full fair market value compensation under the Act within 12 months after the federal law comes into effect. If the firearm is deemed to be seized, the owner may submit a request for valuation by the Saskatchewan Firearms Commissioner, and the Government of Canada is required to pay the owner the full fair market value of the firearms. If the Government of Canada refuses to pay fair market value compensation to the owner could choose to bring a claim against the Government of Canada for recovery of that compensation. These compensation rules apply to handguns that were impacted by the former federal Bill C-21 and firearms that have been impacted by federal orders in council. Mr. Chair, additional House amendments will also be moved today respecting these changes. Section 117.08 of the Criminal Code exempts individuals from certain federal firearms laws when they are acting on behalf of a provincial government. These House amendments allow Saskatchewan's Firearms Commissioner to designate individuals who are acting on behalf of the Government of Saskatchewan for the purposes of Section 117.08. Under this change, owners who request a valuation by Saskatchewan's Commissioner may be authorized to store their firearm on behalf of the province until the completion of the evaluation process and until they have received fair compensation from the federal government. To be eligible for this process, owners will be required to comply with applicable firearms storage and safety laws. By storing their firearms on behalf of the province, these owners will be acting directly on behalf of and for the benefit of the province. Under this approach, the Saskatchewan Firearms Office will avoid the requirement of collecting and storing these firearms in its own facilities pending compensation from the federal government.
Okay. Somebody understood that. I did not. Three things I would say in this space. First is no one is coming to get the firearms. However, there still is this federal legislation that's on the books that deems firearms owners being breaking the law. Second is there is compensation that is available, but it's going to run out before they ever get to our province of Saskatchewan. And so the first part of the amendments that were passed last night will be voted on today was essentially saying that those firearms are going nowhere until the province assesses the actual value of them. Not the depreciated value after they were deemed to be illegal, but the actual value prior to that. In the meantime, and however long it takes for that to happen, those firearms need to be placed in storage. And what we are going to do is authorize each and every firearm owner across this province to store their own firearms, do the province a favor, and actually the federal government a favor, they just don't realize it yet. So you can keep your firearms until such time there's actually an assessment made and they would be turned in, which would be years and years and years down the way. And I would say more likely to happen is this last gun grab effort by the federal government. There will be a government that changes, and ultimately it will be backed up. And so this is good work by our Minister of Justice, Minister of the Firearms Secretariat, and I played that just to make sure everyone understands this is a very complicated space that he is working in. And there's a lot of language there that I don't understand. But the end result is beneficial to each and every, I would say each and every Saskatchewan resident, and certainly beneficial to all of those that are legal firearm owners in our province of Saskatchewan. And so thank you, Tim. I also heard this morning that his wife, who is a good Shelbrook girl, had mentioned to him, that's the hottest thing a lawyer has ever said. So we got to get Tim home here pretty quick. As always, our goal is to work alongside you, taking your advice, and to ultimately protect you where we can when there are areas of federal overreach. So this is an area where we still have strong disagreement with our federal government. And I said earlier that our approach will be different in each area. Our approach is different. on different topics with the new Prime Minister, and it very much is on a policy by policy basis or initiative by initiative basis. For example, gun grab, that's bad. Selling canola, that's good. Saving gophers, not so good. Selling uranium, that's good. It's very simple from our perspective as a government of Saskatchewan, but I would say that we do have a very different relationship, much different than we did with the last guy, who I have dubbed he who should not be named, and I'd say that's a positive thing for our province and for Canada. I recently joined, as many of you will know, the Prime Minister in China to sign an important deal for our ag community and our canola producers and pulse producers in the province. Saskatchewan set the groundwork for that deal last fall. Myself, along with the Parliamentary Secretary, who we invited to go along, Cody Blois, many of you would know him as he was Ag Minister for a short period of time. But we were the first Canadian government leaders, the first Premier to be on the ground in China for over 6 years. And there's good reason why we weren't on the ground in those 6 years. And our goal was to breathe some life into a discussion on the removal of these canola tariffs that had been implemented indirectly by the policy that Canada took on Chinese EVs to align with the United States of America, and I'll get to them in a minute. So in January, I was happy to be back in China with the Prime Minister to sign an agreement that lifted the bulk of those canola tariffs, pulse tariffs, as well as a number of other ag products like beef, which were lifted shortly after that. And essentially what this means is we're actually able to reconstitute or get back to the trade volumes of canola that we traditionally have with the country of China. And China there's a lot of things about China that we're not interested in adopting in this nation. However, when it comes to canola and pulses, they are a large market, billion people, and they are a premium market. They pay more than virtually any market around the world. So last week, I also had the opportunity to join the Prime Minister in India to solidify some opportunities that we had as a province to provide India with uranium, and we signed a long-term uranium supply agreement. We had a uranium supply agreement. It was called a Nuclear Cooperation Agreement from 2015 to 2020. What's interesting about this agreement is it's 9 years, not 5, and it's about triple the volume. Good for the mining industry. I would say good for all of those that either work directly in the mining industry or indirectly serve that industry. We also did a lot of work on the pulse tariffs as well. First to that, I would say, and Pulse Canada was there, as well as Sask Pulse was there, and thank you for being present on the ground. But we were able to sign an India-Canada agreement on advancing a pulse protein center of excellence. From India's perspective, this is going to provide nutrition to a number of people that need it, to students, to pregnant women, to lactating women, which is a problem. Their nutritional security is a problem in India. Canada, Saskatchewan can be part of that solution globally, as I say, to the 160 countries around the world. But what is different in India is there's 1.4 billion people. It's a large, large market. And it is going to be a good degree of Canadian pulses, which are Saskatchewan pulses, which are going to flow through that center. That's the good news. The challenge we have is there are some domestic issues with raising their domestic price around the tariffs, and we'll continue to work on that. And our ask was don't raise the tariffs as they sit today. 2 is to remove the tariffs as they sit today. 3 is if you're not going to do it today, remove them as quickly as possible. And I would just say more broadly across Canada, there was a commitment by both Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Carney to reinvigorate and breathe life into what's called the CEPA negotiations, which is the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, which is a free trade agreement with 1.4 billion person country. That also will be a positive, and if we're not able to have our pulse tariffs lifted by the time that happens this calendar year, we would hope that it's part of that agreement as well. So I would say this working alongside the federal government, this is a significant change when it comes to some of our restoring some of our international trade that we had and then growing that international trade, of which we need to do. I don't think I would call it a new world order in any way. I mean, we're just there, we're trying to sell some canola seeds and some peas and maybe some potash and uranium, but the relationship certainly is a change. And I can tell you this, we wouldn't have got to these agreements with the last guy. Because when we got there, and when he went alone, he played Mr. Dress-Up and tried to do his handstands on the Great Wall, which isn't very respectful of the country that you're in, and we more likely would have came home with more trade sanctions than we had when he went, which is exactly what happened. And so maybe in hindsight, I should have went along as a chaperone, but I just don't think that would have went very good at all. Thankfully, I would say, on, as I say, an issue-by-issue basis, that's not where we are today. Now the United States, our largest trading partner, which is a different conversation entirely. We see almost daily there is a new and a different missive coming out of the White House and coming from the President, and I have long believed that, yes, we need to respond, but we shouldn't react to everything the President says. Take what President Trump says seriously, but don't take it literally each and every day. Because all of this is causing continued uncertainty, as I said, directly and indirectly. So despite that, and I would say this is a message for all Canadians, the United States of America is today our largest trading partner. The United States of America will continue to be Canada's largest trading partner, and they have traditionally been our largest ally, and I would put forward in the years ahead, they will still traditionally be our largest ally. This relationship with the United States of America, beyond the President, the current President, is important to us in this province, and I would say it needs to be equally important to all Canadians, regardless of where you want to put your elbows. I believe very much that we can do these two things at once. Work on building a long-term free trade relationship with the United States, and you're going to see those discussions likely start at some point this summer. And all the while we're doing that, making every effort to expand and restore our trade relationships with countries around the world. Because in this province, we not only need to find that market access for all that we produce today, and we can't eat all the peas and canola we produce. We can't utilize all the uranium we produce, and we certainly can't use all the potash we produce. So we need markets around the world. We need access. We need market access not only for those products that we see today, but if you look across this province today, there is another, what will be the largest potash mine in the world being built. There is a copper mine that is being built as we speak. There are 2, maybe 3 uranium mines that are going to go into construction very, very shortly. We are increasing our oil production, and we have further potential for that with the West Coast line and expansion of egress capacity there. We just saw one of the largest alumina finds on Earth in our province. We're adding lithium and helium to the mix that we are exporting, and so we need that market access, just not for what we traditionally sell today, which is about $45 billion of goods. We're the largest per capita exporting region of North America, but we are going to sell more in the years ahead. And I would say that our province's strength lies in our ability to continue to diversify that production through the innovative people that we have in these industries, but then also work alongside the industries to diversify the markets that we have. For our ag products, increasingly ingredients, our potash, our uranium, our oil, our copper, our helium, our lithium, rare earth elements, maybe aluminum in the future. That's just to name a few, and there's much more, and the list is much longer than that. This has been your government's focus for some period of time, and it's showing results. We have been increasing our per capita exports, and it is going to increase even more in the years ahead. We truly do have what the world needs. We truly do have the food, fuel, and fertilizer that the world so very much needs this year and in the years ahead. While we see President Trump's tariffs and the realignment of global trade relationships, they are having a significant impact across Canada. I believe that our province, because of what we produce and the people that produce it, we will be more resilient than most other provinces. We have a very diverse economy. Most of our trade remains with the U.S., and it is exempt from tariffs, at least for now, and more of our trade from this province is with other countries relative to a percentage of trade of virtually any other province across the nation. And so we are more diversified than any other province. That being said, we are certainly not immune from the direct or indirect impacts of American tariffs. China canola tariffs were an example of that. They have had, those tariffs and the indirect impacts have had a significant impact on our provincial finances, and I know some of the revenue at the farm gate. So as we prepared our provincial budget, we had a choice to make this year. We could raise taxes and cut the services that government provides, like healthcare, highways, or we could choose to protect Saskatchewan services, knowing that our economy is on the cusp of significant growth. And we chose to protect the services that you and I expect from our Saskatchewan government. So to be clear, when you see our budget released in a couple of weeks, there's going to be a deficit. It's larger than I want. Our goal is zero as a government. And over the last number of weeks, we have seen a few provincial governments release their budgets. Just last month, we saw the NDP government in British Columbia. They had a $13 billion deficit. And I would encourage you to watch the per capita deficits as we go through the next number of weeks and months. That's $2,340 per person deficit this year. So that's after raising taxes and the PST, bringing in additional billions of dollars. That's not the approach we're taking in Saskatchewan. And I can assure you that we are nowhere near to that level of being in the ditch. We saw in Alberta, their deficit was $9.4 billion, very much dependent on the oil price, which is changing by the minute, really, but also projecting additional deficits in future years. $1,864 was the per capita deficit in Alberta. Nova Scotia, $1.2 billion deficit. They're $1,090 on a per capita basis. And I say, watch that per capita deficit. As I say, we will have a deficit this year, but know this, that your government's goal is to balance the budget. And we'll find a way through this current instability that we're seeing in our province and our nation and around the world, but in the immediate term, we made the choice to protect the services, in particular, healthcare service. We are choosing to continue to invest in things that matter to you and many others across this province, even if it means we will have a deficit in year. We're protecting municipalities, for instance. We're not trimming the municipal revenue sharing in any way, shape, or form, despite running a deficit this year. Minister Schmaltz announced this yesterday. It's a record number again, which it is virtually every year, save for maybe one, $392 million. We know what this means for rural municipalities. As I said, and what I want to speak about just a little bit is healthcare. And we have made a very conscious choice to continue with the investments and initiatives that we are making in healthcare. And you would have seen an announcement that we had made on Monday of this week, or I hope you will have. And if not, there's the documents on each of the tables. And I encourage you to take them home with you and look through them, because I firmly believe this is one of the more significant initiatives in healthcare in bringing in today's innovation and tools to support our healthcare workers in providing that patient's first level of care. So what does this mean for you and your families? There are two focuses and two goals as you read through this document. First is that we in Saskatchewan will have access to a timely diagnostic and a timely surgery. Second is that everyone will be connected to a healthcare provider. Not necessarily a doctor, but a healthcare provider. And it will improve outcomes across our healthcare system. So this is more than just investments. It's more than just investing dollars and cents. This is transformational change in the way that healthcare is delivered in Saskatchewan, supporting our healthcare workers so that they can deliver and improve the outcomes of patients, which are all of us and our family members. It's all about improving outcomes by putting the patient first, finding innovations that are available today instead of focusing on what the limitations are in the system are, using those innovations to move through those limitations. And we know that every province in the country is facing similar challenges when it comes to providing quality and timely health care for patients and focusing on that patient's first level of care. Here in Saskatchewan, we are committed to addressing those challenges, and we put that down in 50 action items in this document. And that happens first and foremost by putting the patient at the center of the healthcare system. We are going to modernize and expand the scope of practice for nurse practitioners, for pharmacists, for paramedics, and so many others, so they can truly do what they were trained to do with their education and the specialty that they have. First is scope optimization. A number of years ago, we had brought together 11 health regions in this province to operate as one. And we today have to ensure that, for example, an LPN or a CCA in Swift Current can do the same services and perform the same services with no limitations on the scope that they practice. That LPN or that CCA in Swift Current can do the same thing as in Melfort, as in Esterhazy, as in Saskatoon. And that isn't the case today, just simply a function of bringing those regions together, but it will be very shortly. And then to look at scope expansion, aligning with national standards across the nation, and ensuring that our healthcare workers have the maximum scope so that they can deliver the service that they were trained to do, more so in Saskatchewan than any other province in the nation. So if an LPN or an RN can do a certain procedure in another province, we will very quickly ensure that they are able to do it in this province and support them in doing that. We are going to expand significantly virtual care in this province. And I want to say thank you to a fellow from the University of Saskatchewan, Dr. Menendez, Dakota Whitecap, who had partnered on a pilot project, a virtual care pilot project that is today supporting 29 communities across this province. And we are going to now take the next steps to opening up web-based virtual care. This will go a long way in ensuring that everyone is attached to a primary health care provider, whether it's a physician, a nurse practitioner, or what that might be. We are going to start by expanding virtual care and making it available to anyone that does currently not have access to a primary health care provider, is not attached, as they say, to a primary health care provider. Then we will roll it out and make it available to everyone across the province. Significant expansion in virtual care, so some, but not every visit that you have with a primary health care provider may very well be on your computer or your laptop. Now, some obviously cannot be on your computer or your laptop, but we can all agree that some can be. And we're going to utilize that service to expand the touch that we have as Saskatchewan residents and expand the access that we have to a primary health care provider. Back to scope expansion for a minute. I talked earlier about expanding the scope for nurse practitioners. We're going to allow nurse practitioners in the same way we allow physicians to open up their own clinics and maybe hire a primary health care team around them to provide those services, whether it's an RN, LPN, or what that might be of their choice. So they can operate their own clinic in a community across the province. It doesn't have to be a physician. It can also be a nurse practitioner. Then we're going to expand the training seats for nurse practitioners by 45%. Significantly expand the number of nurse practitioners. Our Saskatchewan children that want to go through the training to be a nurse practitioner are going to have an opportunity. And then we're going to expand the bridging program as well for RNs that want to and choose to become a nurse practitioner, and we're going to support them with an $87,000 return for service. So if there's an RN that wants to become a nurse practitioner, it's 2 years of training, we're going to support them financially through that space, and then if they will in turn come back to a Saskatchewan community, operate as a nurse practitioner, a return for service to a Saskatchewan community. This is a focus on Saskatchewan people and having access to a primary health care provider, and there's no cap on the number of nurse practitioners that we're going to hire. We're going to hire each and every one moving forward. A quick walk back through time, and I did some work in my community as a volunteer in physician recruitment and building a hospital at the time prior to 2011 when I was elected. And so I remember these numbers quite personally. But I remember in 2007 when we had 60 training seats for physicians at our College of Medicine in Saskatoon, and then we had 60 residence seats, which is essentially the residency, and then they would, the physician would go on to be a physician in that province. One of the early things we did was we increased that 60 training seats to 100 and the residency seats to 120, greatly increasing the opportunity for physicians to be trained in Saskatchewan, take the residency here, and then ultimately stay here. We then increased the seats at the College of Medicine to 108 and the residency seats to 150. So 60 to 108 at the College of Medicine, 60 to 150 in the residency seats. We're further expanding those residency seats by 10 additional and 20 more seats at the College of Medicine with a focus on Saskatchewan students that are going to stay in our province. We're going to increase the retention rate at the College of Medicine to 95% Saskatchewan students that are staying in our province. We are training doctors at the College of Medicine in Saskatoon with the very explicit expectation that they are going to stay and be a physician in our province. This is new and different. And there are a number of items here, but I want to mention just one more, and it's how we recruit healthcare professionals into our communities. And I have heard complaints in my constituency, in the communities that I serve as well across the province, about how murky this space is. We have local recruitment initiatives and committees that are operating in so many communities. I was involved in one prior to 2011. And so we are going to change the relationship between, well, if I go back, I can remember the PRAS, which was a physician recruitment agency of Saskatchewan focused on doctors, morphed to SaskDocs. And now what we have formed a year ago was the Saskatchewan Health Recruitment Agency, the SHRA. And we're going to expand the mandate of that provincial recruitment agency, and we're going to shrink the mandate on recruitment of the Saskatchewan Health Authority of the SHA substantially. One, so the Saskatchewan Health Authority can focus on that patient's level, improving our outcomes in the healthcare system, delivering the right care at the right time, in the right place. What we are asking the Health Recruitment Agency to do are a number of things. Well, first, let me go back to the SHA. What we're going to ask the SHA to do is essentially advertise the job that is available, as an RN, LPN, what that might be, in the community where that job is available, and at the facility where that job is. Very transparent, so we know at the local level and we know at the provincial level how many nurses we need in Community A at this hospital, if we need one more at the long-term care center. Very, very transparent, which will bring accountability to all of us. Second, expanding the mandate of the Saskatchewan Health Recruitment Agency, allowing them to do all of that recruitment and bring those people to that front door of that facility that are qualified and can apply for that job. They are going to work very closely with our local recruitment agencies, overlaying anything that the local community has put in place with the provincial incentives that are in place, and there are many, to ensure that we are working together. The Saskatchewan Health Recruitment Agency, the Saskatchewan Health Authority, our local recruitment efforts, and your provincial government in filling the jobs, filling the health careers that we have in community after community across this province. This is a significant change, and this is going to go a long way for us working together with our healthcare system in ensuring that we have the healthcare professionals to ensure that we and our family members have access to that healthcare, that primary healthcare provider, and ultimately ensuring that that primary healthcare provider will be able then to provide us that access and referral to a timely surgery and diagnostic. So as I said, there are documents in front of you. I encourage you to take one with you. There are 50 action items in those documents, and this is not the end of the conversation by any stretch. This is a living document that will change and morph to what makes sense in us working with you to deliver the right healthcare procedure at the right time and in the right place. A quick note on inflation, and you're facing inflationary challenges with all that you're doing each and every day, and we're certainly facing inflationary challenges with the $4 billion of capital construction that we do each and every year, whether that's hospitals or in the Crown sector or what that might be. That's why we have taken an important step when it comes to the community share in building healthcare facilities. This was announced on Monday as well, but we are going to reduce that community share, the local community share on the capital cost of building a healthcare facility from 20% where it currently is today down to 10%. And I would be remiss if I didn't talk about where it was in 2007 when I was a volunteer in our community. And in 2008, we were one of those first 13 that were approved for a hospital. It was at 35%. This government took those concerns seriously because at 35% of the capital costs, many of these projects were struggling to move forward at that period of time. And with inflationary costs today, I would say they wouldn't be moving forward today. And so in 2011, it's this government that went from 35% local community share to 20%, and today further reducing that to 10%. If you look at the Prince Albert Hospital, for example, and this is where inflationary pressures have got us in healthcare capital construction, the local share for the Prince Albert Hospital would be $332 million. Can you imagine that bill on not only the residents, the property tax bill and the residents of Prince Albert, but likely the surrounding area? In Weyburn, 35% share would mean that the local community would come up with $52 million. At 20%, and those from Weyburn here will know this number, about $20 million. At 10%, sorry, $30 million. And at 10%, that's down to $15 million. And I would say that whether it's Weyburn, Rostern, or Esterhazy, Yorkton, the projects that we are looking at moving forward on in the next number of years, this 10% community share is going to make each of these projects possible and going to ensure that they get built. There's a lot of information in those books in front of you, and I encourage you to have a look at them. Engage with your MLA if you have any questions with respect to what is in there, and then engage with your MLA if you have any suggestions on what additionally might work in that space. In putting this plan together, we listen to communities. We listen to healthcare professionals that are offering services in our system, but most importantly, I would say we listen to patients and we listen to families across this province doing our work as members of the Legislative Assembly and your representatives. And we're responding by improving the access to a primary health care provider, which was a commitment that we had made over a year ago. We're responding by improving the timeliness in how we access a diagnostic and then a subsequent surgery, and by improving communities' ability to participate in building new and I would say much needed capital infrastructure healthcare facilities in our towns, villages, and cities across this province. And we're going to continue to listen to make sure that patients have the right care in the right place at the right time. And speaking of listening, I would close with this. Myself and your provincial cabinet very much look forward to engaging and listening with you in the Bear Pit in just a minute or two. So thank you. Thank you to each of you for serving your communities. Thank you to each of you for the time and energy that you put into advocating for the initiatives that are important to the people that you represent. And thank you so very much for working so hard to protect those very people that elected you. Thank you.
Okay, I think the cabinet is pretty well seated. I'll just give you guys a minute or two to get seated and just level the noise down a wee bit, and we'll get started with the Bear Pit session. I've got a few housekeeping rules that I will go through. First of all, I would like to thank the Premier, Premier Moe, and we will now move into the Bear Pit session. I'd like to extend a warm welcome and a thank you to the Saskatchewan Cabinet Ministers for participating in this year's annual convention. Also, a thank you to Regina Hotel Association for sponsoring our timer for the session. If you would like to ask a question during the Bear Pit, please line up at one of the numbered microphones on the convention floor, and there's 4 of them, and I will indicate when it is your turn to ask your question. You must be a member of council or an administrator with permission of council to ask a question. Please identify yourself, your RM, and your position with the RM. Keep your questions short and concise. There is a 90-second time limit for the posing of questions, and there will be a timer on screen, so please be aware of how much time you have remaining. I will also give you a 30-second warning. Cabinet ministers have 3 minutes to provide their answer, and I'd like to ask the Premier now to introduce the provincial cabinet ministers, then we will start taking questions. And I'm also going to lean on Minister Schmaltz a wee bit, as I did last year, to kind of keep track of numbers in case I get mixed up. He's very good at that. He is an auctioneer, he's a good spotter, and a really good auctioneer, actually. So, Mr. Premier?
Good. We have down to my right on the far end is our Minister of Advanced Education from Saskatoon, Ken Cheveldayoff. Next to him is Kim Gardner, our Minister of Highways. We have Chris Beaudry is our Minister of Energy and Resources. Terry Jensen, our Minister of Social Services. Everett Hindley, the Minister of Education. We have Laurie Carr, our Minister of Rural Remote Health, Mental Health and Addictions. Jeremy Cockrell is not able to be here today, so Laurie, not Larry, will handle our healthcare questions, and I might have a thing or two to add on some of them. Dave Merritt, who none of you in this room would recognize or know, is our Minister of Agriculture, and of course our Deputy Premier, Minister of Finance, Jim Ryder. From the far end, we have Alana Ross. To my far left, Minister of Parks, Culture, and Sport. We have Sean Wilson, the Minister of Saskatchewan Builds Corporation. Jeremy Harrison, Minister of our Crown CIC. Michael Uyghur from Weyburn is our Minister of Community Safety. Tim McLeod, the hottest lawyer in the province right now, is our Minister of Justice and Minister of the Firearms Secretariat. Darlene Roden, Minister of Environment, and Schmaltzy is your Minister and our Minister of Government Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Okay, we will start taking questions. So I'm going to start with mic number 1, and I'll let you ask your question, and you have 90 seconds.
Clint Berglund, RM of Eagle Creek, number 376, Division 5 Counselor.
Make sure you speak directly into the microphone so everyone can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
About a month ago, there was an announcement of a federally inspected meat processing plant in our area. Sunnydale Hutterite Colony, north of Purdue, Sask, about 30 kilometers, which is located in my division in the RM of Eagle Creek. They plan on processing 200 hogs, 100 beef, 50 bison, 200 sheep per day, and are expected to employ approximately 40 people outside of the colony. With this new facility coming online for production, along with the pea plant operations and heavy haul traffic of other farmers, it will lead to further deterioration of our road and infrastructure in the RM without assistance of the federal provincial government to help maintain these roads. Our RM will be forced with a very large financial hill to climb.
You have 30 seconds left.
Okay. The main arteries of the road is in the arm of the 376 secondary highway and the grid roads 784 and 655. With our country removing provincial trade barriers to encourage interprovincial trade, and being that this processing plant is going to be federally inspected, opening up markets to the product to the east and the west of our country. Okay.
Your time is up. Oh.
Question is, would the Trade Diversification Corridor Fund under the Transport Canada Prairie Corridor, would this fall under that?
Thank you for the question.
Go ahead, Dave.
I'll start on it. I was actually there a couple weeks ago. I toured the Sunnydale colony and that plant, and I went through it, and I understand full-heartedly what the concerns are there. I actually traveled those roads as well. Obviously, it's a discussion we're going to have with the municipality. I'll let Minister of Highways add to that, but I did travel it, and I did travel from the colony into Saskatoon on that highway as well. And I know that's probably where the bulk of the product will be going, is into Saskatoon and shipment out of there. So I definitely understand your concerns, and I think there's a discussion we have to have there.
Kim?
Yes, thanks for the question. Boy, that didn't take long. First question. We had this in the dialogue yesterday as well, and in the broader scope of the entire province, Minister of Highways, we want to deliver a safe, reliable, and sustainable transportation system across the province. You know, when we set up a 5-year capital plan, part of that is setting our priorities. Priorities change, and it sometimes can be based upon economic development, and it's happening all across the province. So, you know, when we look at which projects fit in and how they fit in, that's an ever-moving, evolving target. As far as the federal funding program goes, our ministry is already taking a look at seeing what it fits and where we fit in as a province into that.
So the question was about the program. Keenan, the Chief of Staff to the Minister of Highways, can you come give a card to this gentleman and we can contact him?
Okay. Do you want to say a word, Minister Schmaltz?
Yeah, thanks, President Huber. I just want to mention too that municipalities under the Municipalities Act have the option to approach companies or heavy road users and enter into road service agreements. And those road service agreements help offset some of the impacts for people who are using the road in a more frequent and heavier fashion than would normally be used by regular ratepayers. So along with the communication you're going to have with the individuals that the Premier pointed out there, but you can also contact Municipal Advisory and have that conversation with them about how you can use some of the tax tools you have at your disposal to offset some of the impacts to your rural infrastructure as well.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to microphone number 2.
Good morning. John Rickman, the Reeve of the RM Argyle. I have a two-part question on multi-leg drilling that is starting to happen in the province. The first question is on drilling licenses and how does an RM approach a drilling license, because for $450 for a single leg is one thing, but when you're doing upwards of 10 legs, how do we approach that? And the second part is on taxation. How does the RM approach taxation on a multi-leg well? Can we tax on legs under the ground, or how is that going to look?
Chris?
Yeah, for the second part of the question, taxation is based off the total cost or total amount of the project. So if the well is producing more, the RM will get more taxes. And can you just repeat the first part again? Was for permits, correct? So
yeah, the first part was on drilling license. It's like we're allowed $450 for a drilling license. But when they're doing a multi-leg, they're going to be there a lot longer. There's a bigger impact. Are we allowed? How are we allowed to assess a drilling license when they're doing upwards of 10 legs? Is it still going to be just classed as one drilling rig, so it's one license?
no, we'll have to look at that, but as it currently stands, I believe it is just one license per well.
So how long do you think you'll take to look at that and reassess that?
I don't have that info on me right now, but I believe I have staff here, and we'll connect with you and get you the information you're looking for.
Which RM were we again?
RM1, Argyle?
Minister will be calling you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the question. We will now go to microphone number 3.
Good morning. Morris Karkuchuk, RM of Emerald, number 277. I'm a counselor. First of all, I hope that the council lives long and the province prospers. My question is, whereas there's a serious drain on our healthcare and law enforcement resources, is there any consideration to expanding the program requiring compulsory rehabilitation for chronic drug users?
Yeah, there is. It's in the legislature right now. Tim, do you want to speak to the Compassionate Care Act?
Certainly, happy to, Premier. Thank you. So Minister Carr in Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions is currently shepherding through the legislature the Compassionate Intervention Act, which is a piece of legislation that speaks to the individuals who have very complex drug addictions to the point that they are not capable of making a healthy choice for themselves. So that piece of legislation will allow for that individual to be assessed and put into a treatment facility until they reach a point where they can choose a healthy path forward so that they can live a healthy life in recovery. Perhaps Minister Carr wants to add to that.
Sure, and I think it's important to note that we're coming at this from a healthcare perspective because these individuals truly don't have the ability to make that decision on their own. So through compassionate intervention for someone that is a harm to themselves, a harm to others, because of substance abuse, we are going to go down the road of compassionate intervention where we will help them get the help that they need to be able to live that life of recovery. And this will be for a very, very small portion of the population. Of course, our goal ultimately is to have enough voluntary spaces in place to start with to ensure that individuals that are looking at treatment at any point in time are able to get that. And we're doing that through the recovery-oriented system of care.
I'll just maybe overarch. There's a very deliberate effort in this place. First is to put forward the recovery capacity, to put forward the avenues and the entry points into that recovery capacity, urgent care center, the Compassionate Care Act, which is going to be ordered recovery, court-ordered or policeman-ordered recovery, and families will have an ability to put a family member into that recovery center. The second part of this is enforcement. We have laws in this province, and it's still illegal to deal drugs and to do drugs and have drugs in your pocket. And so we have been increasing the number of police officers available in all of the enforcement agencies that we have. And Mike will just speak to Minister Uyghur will just speak to that in a moment. But now we have to start bringing in some stricter enforcement, knowing full well that we have a place for people to go. The best place for them is not to be living in the streets with an addiction issue. The best place for individuals, whether they be our family member, friend, or whomever they might be, is actually in a provincial recovery center, finding their way to a recovery journey and a recovery lifestyle. So on the police officers, Mike.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Premier.
Thank you.
So in the province of Saskatchewan, we are funding 100 new municipal police officers through our Safer Communities and Neighborhoods initiative. We're funding 160 municipal officers through the Municipal Police Service Grant, and we're hiring Saskatchewan Marshal Service to get them up to 70 marshals. Right now, as of today, they're at 26 marshals. So together, these groups, they work together in crime reduction teams, Saskatchewan trafficking response teams, to track down people who are dealing drugs. And we need to take, obviously, a strong effort on individuals that are involved in drugs, because we do need to get them down the right path, and this compassionate intervention program is going to be where a lot of those people need to end up.
Thank you. Okay, I will now recognize microphone number 4.
Good morning.
Speak directly into the mic so we can hear you.
Good morning, Mr. Premier and the Council. My name is Greg Weisbeck, Councillor for Division RM 127 Francis. I'd like to talk about security at rural healthcare. I spoke with Lori and Jeremy about this yesterday, but I think it bears repeating. My wife is a nurse at a small but extremely busy rural hospital. Recently, a drug overdose patient came in for treatment, became very violent, and physically assaulted the nurses on night shift. There are only 3 on staff. The attack ended with one of the nurses getting a black eye and several stitches. They called 911. The RCMP showed up very quickly. But instead of rushing in to help, the officer sat outside the front door 15 minutes waiting for backup. Didn't want to enter a dangerous situation. Instead, left the nurses to fend for themselves. A very cowardly reaction by the RCMP. These nurses could have been seriously injured or killed. It's not their job to subdue or restrain people crazy high on drugs. I wish that I could say that this is an isolated incident or one-off.
30 seconds left for the question.
But sadly, it is not. Rural Sask has a very big drug and alcohol problem. Why do city healthcare facilities have security, but rural is totally ignored? At the very least, security at the night shift would be a big help.
Thanks for the question.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. We did have a pretty good conversation yesterday with Minister Cockrell in the breakout session. We have added security across the province in some of our larger tertiary centers, as well as the machines that will detect anything that shouldn't be coming into a hospital. And you know, I would argue, I don't know why people feel the need to bring guns and knives and all of that kind of stuff into the hospital. It will not improve their health care in any way, shape, or form. So, you know, just don't take them in there. But as we enhance within the plan that we have in the Patients First healthcare plan, we actually have in there where we're going to enhance security in 8 more larger communities. Now, with regards to the smaller communities, that's part of that holistic province-wide safety and security review that we're going to be doing. That is also part of our plan, is looking at those smaller centers and what security might look like. To your point, you know, maybe depending on the facility, it could be just over the nighttime shifts that it's necessary, or what that might look like. And we all know that a lot of the issues, and you talked about it yesterday in the breakout session, have to do with the mental health and addictions piece. So ensuring that we have services in place to get the people the help they need so that we're not dealing with some of these issues as we move forward.
I just add very quickly to that. Minister Carr had mentioned the review, the security review that's happening. And I had mentioned earlier with respect to recruitment that we want to allow the Saskatchewan Health Authority to focus on delivering the right care in the right place at the right time. So the security review that is happening through the Ministry of Community Safety. And so that's our enforcement arms, RCMP, municipal policing, our marshals, alongside the Ministry of Justice. You're right, these problems start outside the healthcare facility, mental health, all too often addictions, and it is not all right. It is not all right to, 1, have drugs on you, 2, to do some of the very desperate things that people do today because of the truly changed nature that the poisonous, addictive drugs that are in our communities today that weren't there even 10 and 15 years ago. And so we need to start taking those drugs away from them and providing them the opportunity for a recovery lifestyle. At the same time, we need to, through increasing the numbers of police enforcement individuals that we have in our communities, whether it's RCMP, municipal, or marshals, we need to ensure that we are enforcing each and every law to keep the broader community safe, and that includes in our healthcare
Security needs to
system.
be taken seriously, because if nurses don't feel safe, none of this healthcare stuff matters.
Yeah. And that's why we're doing a review involving all of the enforcement agencies across the province and have taken steps immediately. But it's not on deaf ears. This is very much a priority of the government and in healthcare centers and across our broader communities.
Okay, thank you. We will again go back to microphone number 1.
Good morning. Good morning, gentlemen, ladies. John Wack, Division 6, RM Britannia. This is a concern for one of my ratepayers back home. He has a cow-calf operation, a good sizable one. He has to take a lot of his cattle north, back in the bush, up across the river, North Saskatchewan River, up in the Bronson Forestry. Now, this CFIA tags, these electronic tags, excuse me, electronic tags that are coming in, I am sorry, but how are you going to keep these tags in a cow's ear when you're back in the bush and you got the odd cut line? This does not make any sense. If you could keep fighting for us, that would be graciously supported. Thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Yeah, we definitely will continue the fight on this one. This is one that obviously is very disturbing for everybody. I've heard it loud and clear at the 2 meetings I attended in Swift Current and Assiniboia from a lot of the cattle producers here in the province. I'm totally in agreement with them. I don't like any of the proposals that they have put in there. I think there is a discussion we have to some degree. I think it's more in animal health that if they're concerned there, but I'm totally opposed to the way they want to track all the movement of all the livestock, even to and from a vet and things like that, and 4-H and all the other things. So totally on your side on this one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the question. We will go to microphone number 2. Terry.
Hildebrand, Reeve, RM Landsberg 181. I'd like to address my comments to the Premier this morning. My comments will be around Section 61 of the Municipals Act in reference to restructuring of villages. We certainly appreciate Minister Smalt's announcement yesterday where you'll be redirecting some more money to the capital end of the communities in transition funding. However, Mr. Premier, I would impress upon you that this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to these villages. For too long, they've been mismanaged and undertaxed, and now the infrastructure is way written down. And added to that, the cost of the environmental things that have been put on us, these SSAs will not survive. I want to commend the work of Minister Schmaltz on this file. He's been very open, very easy to work for. We're confident that he understands this situation and that he's the person we need to make change. But I couldn't pass up the opportunity to bend your ears, sir, because, again, the tip of the iceberg. We are promoting a resolution today that asks your government to, number 1, put a freeze on these ministers' orders, number 2, implement a full third-party review of what's happening in the world, number 3, and most important, retain ownership and responsibility of these environmental liabilities and these infrastructure costs. I have testimonies from RMs that have already been there that are spending rural taxpayers' money on villages. This is not our problem. It shouldn't be forced on us to deal with.
Thank you, Terry.
I would just say very quickly, point taken, and I have the conversation around amalgamation in this room has morphed over the last decade. But it's very real with respect to some of the shrinking villages in rural Saskatchewan ultimately coming and amalgamating, I suppose, with RMs and some of the costs and environmental liability with that. As Minister Schmaltz had said yesterday, they doubled the funding available for that. But I would say this needs to be an ongoing conversation because the challenge isn't going away. And so thank you to Minister Schmaltz and many in the crowd that are discussing possible paths forward on this. Do you have any comments on the 3 points?
Yeah, thanks, Premier. I also, Terry, I want to commend you on your advocacy on this issue. A lot of the conversations that we've had around this over the last year have come at the behest of the individuals in this room and the individuals at the SUMA table as well. The SARM communities and the SARM board has been very collaborative, and I want to acknowledge President Golden and CEO Jean-Marc Nadeau here as well, who have been very collaborative on discussing the options on how we tackle this issue going forward. And that conversation is ongoing. We're not throwing our hands up and saying job done here. We need to continue to look at this from every angle possible to ensure that there is the least amount of impact to both communities, both the urban community that's being absorbed into the RM and the RM themselves. So thank you to those who have sought us out and had conversations with us and brought us some of the good ideas that we're starting to implement here. So thank you.
Thank you for the question and the answers, Mr. Premier and Minister Schmaltz. I will now go to microphone number 3.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Dwayne Kitsan, RM275 Insinger. I know, Scott, you're looking, here we go with the annual elk thing, right?
Can you speak a little closer to the microphone, please?
Dwayne Kitsan, RM275 Insinger. I was just mentioning to Scott, here we go again, the annual elk bitch. Yes. Since you have seen me here yearly at the annual SARM convention with all the things, of all things, large game wildlife, especially elk and agriculture. And in my opinion, and many others in the affected areas, we're not moving fast enough with programs to eliminate this problem. We in rural Saskatchewan know for a fact that this problem is compounding rapidly, yearly, and affected areas of wildlife damage is growing in many sectors at a rapid pace. Now, would you consider moving the large game wildlife file to the Ministry of Agriculture? Yes, Dave, Ministry of Agriculture. Reason, all the large wildlife damage claims are administered through the Ag Ministry. And another thing about this is, Scott, we all know I've been here 4 times, and I meet a different minister every year. That has to change. We have to have a minister in environment that is situated and been around for a few years. And I know, Scott, you had this position.
Twice. You're damn near out of time.
Twice. I don't know. I honestly haven't given that serious thought to move it to agriculture. However, I would say...
I have thought very seriously about it, Dwayne. I do not want wildlife.
But the conversation is very real, and you know there is an asset that we have in this province with the great wildlife that we have and the hunting experience that we have. However, it can't be at the expense of our ag industry and our producers and the damage that happens to crops. And I've dealt with this locally with a number of farmers just south of the community where I live. I'd say in a pretty significant way when it comes to elk, to be honest, and or they've dealt with it in a very financial way. We've taken some steps and tried to find some resolution in this space. I'd say the more significant step is this year, where Saskatchewan Crop Insurance will be identifying where those claims are and be providing 8 depredation tags to those farmers in that area. And I'll have a number of those in some areas of my constituency as an MLA as well. I don't know if that's going to be the end of the conversation. Likely not. We'll likely have to continue to work on it, whether it's ag or environment. I think you're looking at the cabinet that will be working together on it. You have anything to add on that, the current Minister of Environment? I think we were compared one year to being having the shelf life of a jar of peanut butter.
Yeah, they're still doing that, Scott. Hi, Dwayne. Nice
Hi.
to see you again. You're going to buy me that beer yet, you know. I guess, as a livestock producer as well, I see your point of moving this file to the Ag Minister anyway, but throughout the entire province, not just the grain growing region, wildlife is a resource for everyone. So even as an agricultural livestock producer myself, I see the most value with this file staying within the Ministry of Environment. And Yeah, I'd rather not have it too, Dave, but somebody's got to own it and manage it and do their best at managing it for everyone, right? Trying to find a balance for egg producers, for the hunters in our province, and it has not been easy lately for any environment minister, but hoping that we're moving in the right direction with the depredation tags. And I recognize that our Saskatchewan wildlife guys are not excited or happy about it, and neither am I. But we're going to find the right balance that hopefully, eventually here, calms everyone down.
Keep talking to us.
Looking forward to having future meetings with you, as we spoke yesterday. Probably wouldn't hurt to maybe invite even Mr. Merritt to them, and he'll see what we're up against here with claims and all that. And,
yeah.
But we'll be in contact. Sean will get it arranged, my local MLA, and
Yeah.
let's get this Saturday again, because you got to get to know our group again.
Yeah.
I mean, you haven't met all of us.
Yeah. And I mean, I took note of suggestions about our ag crown land not being accessible and stuff like that. And so very much we'll be speaking with the Minister of Ag on that. And yeah, to solve this room of ag producers, one very good tool we all must consider is access for responsible hunters during the regular hunting season. We need to go back to looking at that.
I think we're just about out of time. I'm going to go to microphone number 4.
John Wagner, Armapayapot. I would like to thank you, Premier Moe, and your cabinet for coming to our convention. I'm going to be asking about incineration, which you might have guessed. And at our midterm, I met with Minister Kasich, who was very good to work with, and he agreed to give our incinerator at Fox Valley an honest try. And I warned Minister Kasich that he was going to have to be rather Trumpish and have a cabinet that stood behind him to make that happen. It didn't happen, and the environment bureaucracy won. And as one delegate said, a jar of peanut butter has a longer shelf life than a Saskatchewan Minister of Environment. When the Sask Party came into power, the Ministry of Environment was responsible for the approval of gas and oil wells. They had so many regulation and obstacles that major companies like Anadarko and others left the province. In Houston, Texas, we were blacklisted as an environmental image liability. The Sask Party, in order to stop the exodus of resource companies, transferred the authority to, at that time, Energy and Mines. What is happening with incineration is the same.
You got 30 seconds, John.
Okay, same attitude as the environment minister had with the energy sector. Doesn't matter what you do, it's not good enough, and no incinerators over our dead body attitude exists. The only way we're going to move forward is to transfer the authority to the Ministry of Government Relations that actually does exhibit some common sense. Under that ministry, we might actually see some enthusiasm towards incinerators in this province. Keytech is a world leader in incineration. They started in Saskatchewan. We successfully ran them out. They invested thousands of dollars into our last project until I realized it was never going to happen with this ministry. It's time for change, and I hope you give it some consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Minister Rowden.
Hello again, John. So
Hi.
yesterday I was not up to snuff on incineration, and I'm still not up to snuff, but I made myself a little smarter overnight. So there's, even with a pilot project, there's certain things that need to happen, right? Like we need to have the data, and we need to follow Canadian guidelines. As of right now, we have to. Our own provincial health was consulted on this. The companies just weren't there yet. As a rural person myself, I can imagine what you guys all well deal with waste. So we would be committed absolutely to looking at a pilot project if certain standards can be shown that will reasonably be met. Another thing we were just discussing here is, like, we're tied to the Canada-wide standards for dioxins, furans, and mercury emissions. As Cabinet, we're committed to taking a look at what those are and what we could possibly do different in Saskatchewan to make this a feasible, viable option for rural communities.
I have a suggestion on something we could do differently. We have a Minister of Justice that is busy using for the first time, big government is battling big government in our firearms space. We're essentially putting in place pieces of legislation and laws that are stymieing the federal gun grab. Tim, you want to have a look at this? Because this is a federal piece of legislation that would be in contravention. See if there's a way for us to legislate an avenue for this project to move forward, because I know John has been at this mic every year for as long as I've been here. I think we got a pilot project that we had done a number of years under one particular jar of peanut butter, and let's see if we can't come together with looking at legally, if there's a way for us to navigate legally around the federal act that this, my understanding is there's a couple of issues there. So Tim, I'm going to ask you and Darlene to work on this with John and see if we can't get this actually working.
Yep, happy to take a look at it. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go back to microphone number 1.
Good morning, Larry Parrott, Reeve, the RM of El Capo 154. I would like this morning to extend a huge thank you to Premier Moe and Ministers Carr and Cockrell, and I guess former ministers as well, McLeod and Hindley, on the announcement on Monday for the reduction of the capital portion on capital projects on healthcare facilities from 20% down to 10%. This has been a huge welcome announcement for the ratepayers in our local community on a new long-term care facility. And I know the amount of discussions we've had over the years on this, and we certainly appreciate that our concerns have been listened to and that we got the announcement that we did on Monday. So again, a huge thank you from rural Saskatchewan on this one.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. We don't get many thank yous at the microphone, Larry, so we really appreciate that. But I think it just goes to show that as we were moving forward with our Patients First healthcare plan, we listened to patients, we listened to municipalities, we've talked to healthcare workers, and this was one of the things that came to the top. And we knew it was important for everybody involved, so it was just one of the things that we were able to move on.
Well, thank you very much for it.
Thank you. We'll move to microphone number 2.
Wayne Bacon, RM of Inver-Gordon. I guess the question I have is municipalities across the province are experiencing an increase in rural crime, including farmyard break-ins, often linked to drug activity. This trend has left many residents, particularly seniors, very vulnerable. At the same time, many RCMP attachments are operating with several unfilled positions. While federal funding for these roles are already in place, municipality and regional leaders are hearing that the province hasn't approved the process of hiring more RCMP officers to maintain their staff levels. The question I have for you is, are you willing to take a look at increasing the staffing for RCMP because we cannot utilize the marshal services in these rural communities?
Mike, do you want to comment on that? I'll go farther than you want to. So.
Absolutely, Mr. Premier. Yeah, this government, we're completely committed to fully funding the RCMP. The RCMP know we're committed to fully funding the RCMP, and we're working with the RCMP to improve recruitment, and retention of Saskatchewan RCMP officers in Saskatchewan. And I've been working closely with Assistant Commissioner Robin McNeil, sitting right up in the front row here with us. And you know, we're moving in the right direction. And we're going to get back to fully staffing the RCMP in this province. We're right now facing vacancy rates at, it could be estimated around 20 to 24%, about 16% hard vacancies, 8% soft. But I was having a chat just this morning with the Assistant Commissioner, and he's telling me stories about the last two classes that have graduated from depot here in Saskatchewan, 7 officers staying in Saskatchewan, and then 8 and then 9, I might have my numbers wrong, 8 and then 9 I think it was. So we're seeing improvements, and there's definitely processes in place with the RCMP to allow a member, if they want to become an RCMP member in this province of Saskatchewan and they've grown up in this province, they can be an RCMP officer in this province and stay here. So that's a huge improvement, and I think we need to make sure that our youth and our young people interested in law enforcement know it's a great career to get into, and we need to encourage them to get into that career and serve their province right here in Saskatchewan. 2 weeks ago, we launched a national advertising campaign in coordination with the RCMP, Municipal Police Service across the province, and the Saskatchewan Marshals Service. We're spreading our wings across the country now, looking for people who can come and be police officers in Saskatchewan, because in my opinion, this is the best province in the country to be a police officer. It's the best place to work, live, and raise a family.
Thank you.
Okay, we will go to microphone number 3.
Yeah, I'm Lee Lanslevy, RM of Sask Landing and Division number 7 counselor. I just want to give a little shout out to Everett for his tirelessly working on our school in Stewart Valley. Just a thanks from the community, the families that have children that need to get back to that school, and just all you have done for us so far, and just never given up on us. So thanks a lot for that, Everest.
Okay.
Yeah, you owe him $20.
Thanks for... We'll go to microphone number 4.
Just wanted to say thanks for that, by the way. Appreciate the community's patience. I've been in regular contact with Yariv, Dan Barber, and other folks in the community there. We talked about this at the SARM convention last year, and we're going to get this done. You know, I've had conversations, obviously, with the Chinook School Division, the board, the leadership of the administration. It's taken some time, unfortunately, as we're working our way through the insurance companies, and this government, as you well know, has committed some significant dollars to the rebuild of that school. We're hoping to be able to get this going as quickly as possible. I think we had some meetings, just as a matter of fact, a week or two ago between the insurance companies, the division, and we've got ministry officials from education and SAS builds and procurement that are part of that to ensure that we do get the Stewart Valley School rebuilt. And in addition to that, I've just had some conversations as well with President Sean Davidson of the Saskatchewan School Boards Association and his support for that project. But we'll get it done, and thanks for your patience, and we're looking forward to the day that school reopens.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to microphone number 4.
Hello, I'm Leonard Junip, the Reeve with Arm of Vanscoy. I just wanted to bring up rural municipal policing. Like in the budgets, we've had a bunch of money announced for municipal policing. It has been all to the bigger centers though, and we don't want to be forgot about all us with the small police forces too. And we're hoping in the coming budget that there's maybe something coming on that. Our police force has been invited to the legislature. But also, and we had a Zoom meeting just a week or so ago with the Justice Minister about them moving our court dates. We're 20 miles west of Saskatoon. Coming up, they're moving our court dates to Rostern, which is basically 50 miles north of Saskatoon. And what that is going to mean to our police force if they have to start traveling up there for court dates. The big thing is we are only a 3-man police force. If they have to go to court up there, that is taking them away from being able to respond to any calls that come and happen within our RM. And it's,
you got 30 seconds left.
It is a very big inconvenience from what we are seeing for how our police force is going to operate, and also what it's going to cost our police force to send people up there, especially if they have to make multiple trips up there for a trial that has multiple appearances. And I just want to know what the government is looking at on that for these small municipal police forces.
We'll let the MLA for Vanscoy answer that.
Thanks, Leonard, and thanks for the question. We had an opportunity last summer, I guess it was, when I attended your council meeting, and this is one of the topics of discussion. Rest assured, we recognize the good work those small police forces are doing, and I can attest personally to the vigilance they have because I have the speeding ticket to prove it in Vanscoy. But anyway, we recognize a lot of the work that's fallen on them over the years has gone outside their original mandate. So there have been a number of discussions, and I would just ask you to do this, Leonard, just be patient just a little bit longer.
And like I say, please look into the court thing.
Like patient till the budget, right? Is that what you meant?
Yeah, just one more week.
Okay, we'll go to microphone number 1.
Hi, good afternoon. I guess it's almost good afternoon. My name is Rosemary.
Get that microphone down just a tick, please. There you go.
Okay. My name is Rosemary LeQuay. I'm a RM counselor with RM 487 NIP1. I'm also returning officer for the Saskatchewan elections and the Métis elections. My concern today is with Cumberland House was established in 1774, and it's the oldest permanent settlement in Saskatchewan. In 2024, they had reached 250 years old. They have a Highway 123 that's impassable a lot of time of the year. They can't get out, we can't get in. And even as me going up there during the election period and my workers, we struggle with this. They've got 97 to 123 kilometers that's impassable to Cumberland House. But we also have Red Earth, and we also have Shoal Lake that also do business in our district. And they also struggle with poor roads. How are we going to change that?
30 seconds
years.
left.
I'm done.
You're good.
Kim?
Thank you for the question. You know, the road system that we operate in Saskatchewan is different in every area. In the north is certainly, you know, I don't want to say unique, but who travels on those roads and how often they're traveled, and for what services. We have partnerships up in the north on the major highways that run up into the north for resources. We do maintenance. I think last year, I'm trying to think the number that I was looking for it here on how much we spent on northern highways as far as maintenance goes. The development that's going on up in the north is part of our planning process, and as we move forward, we'll take that into account. But I'm going to send someone over there just to grab your number so we can have a pointed discussion about your experience traveling on there going up for elections.
Okay, thank you. We will go to microphone number 2.
Hi, I'm Kristen Gillis with Councillor Number of Division 3 with the RM of Argyle Number 1. I want to start with a praise. Our corner of the province a few years ago put forth an initiative to try and get more nurse practitioners in our corner, and we were really hoping something like this would happen when we invested in putting a locally homegrown nurse practitioner to school. So we're really, really excited that this has happened. It's going to be huge for our corner of the province, and I just really want you guys to know how much we appreciate that down there. But we do have a question for our nurse practitioners. If she was to set up in a rural area, she could really use an RN to see more patients, but with the current contract she has, she can't afford to have one. Does the government plan to fund a multidisciplinary clinic, and will it be outside of the SHA? And a second part of my question is, we have put forth that we're going to fund her setting up in our local community. Is there anything in the plans to put forward grants or funding to the RMs for doing this kind of thing, for bringing nurse practitioners to our corner?
Great, thank you very much for the question. And I'm going to bring you all back to the document that was on each and every chair that you got today. As part of that plan, we are actually going to expand team-based care for nurse practitioners, allowing them to hire those RNs, those LPNs, whatever they want to use for their practice. But right now, our nurse practitioner has a requirement to have a panel of 800 patients, and if they get more than 800 patients, they get paid extra for that. So right now, we're just in the process of figuring out if we fund an RN for that clinic, how many more patients what would that look like? What would the panel look like? So we're just working through those details, but that is absolutely what we want to do with team-based care. Outside of the SHA, it would be part of the contract. Of course, we have the bursaries that we're putting forward for nurse practitioners or for RNs to be able to bridge to become a nurse practitioner. As far as actually funding municipalities, within the contract that we give them, there's a stipend for the 800 panel, but there's also a certain amount that is within there for setting up their practice, for being able to rent a facility. So however you want to engage with your nurse practitioners to help them out would be completely up to you. Thank you.
Page 6.2.
Yeah, that's where I was.
That's where she was, yeah.
Good, thank you. We will now move to microphone number 3.
Hello, Tyrell Bertram, RM of Brock number 64, speaking on with the permission of council. Mr. Premier, in your address, you talked about the successes of the SHRA, the Patients First plan, and I was wondering, through the consultation processes that you did to come up with the recruitment and retention plans that are in the Patients First plan, I was wondering if there is lessons you learned there that could be applied to other government sectors like education, or as municipal leaders try to attract other people to come to their communities to fill vacant positions that might also exist in those areas.
That's a good point. Not only lessons learned amongst government, but between governments. And I think that, you know, the challenge with healthcare, largely a human resource challenge, professional healthcare provider challenge, is across Canada. It's not exclusive to Saskatchewan. In fact, when I talk to my colleagues, and Lori, you might have the same experience, I think we're actually, and I don't want this to sound wrong because we have so much more work to do, but we're faring a little better than they are in some other provinces, but we have a lot more work to do in what is a very competitive environment. And we are, you know, the virtual care model that we are looking at has been partially implemented in places like Nova Scotia. And so we're adopting some of what we've seen in other areas, then expanding on it here. And so we're looking at other governments as to what is working and how do we enhance and expand what is working and maybe move away from what isn't working. Interesting for governments, trying to be efficient. But to look across governments with what is working, I think is a very fair point as well. So if anybody has any comment on that, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. We have looked at other models that are working across the province, but when we talk about the plan that we have in place, it really truly is about that access for individuals and what will be the easiest for any given person at any given point in time. You know, the mom sitting at home that can't get to the hospital, but she just needs that quick opinion. You know, you have your child in front of you and you're worried. A virtual option might be great. And the one thing about some of the virtual options that will be coming forward is for every appointment that is done that way, it's opening up a space for that doctor to be able to see someone in person that may have needs higher than what you can do on a virtual space. So we really are talking to patients first, getting their opinions on what's acceptable and what they will do. And you know what? Virtual care won't be for everyone. You may still want to be able to go see that doctor all the time, but the option is there for you. And so as we did our consultations on this, it truly was all of us listening in all of the meetings we're in, whether we're talking with front care health professionals as we toured facilities this past summer. Minister Cockrell and myself put thousands of miles on our vehicles, talking to those front care workers, working with the RMs and the towns and the cities on what they're seeing and what might be able to help. And if anybody has any further ideas, we're open to listening more. Like Premier said, this is just an addition to the work that we're already doing, but we're more than happy to build on it some more.
Thank you. We will go to microphone number 4.
Stuart Lawrence, the RM of St. Andrews, number 287. First off, a quick thank you to the Premier. I saw firsthand the hard work that he put in last week in India trying to get trade flows of lentils and peas moving, and also a thank you for the hard work that you did in China in January and November to get those trade flows of peas and canola going again. So quick thank you. Appreciate your work you're doing. Second of all, with the closures of, or the announced closures of the sites at Indian Head and Scott from Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, I'd like to ask the Minister of Agriculture if there's any progress, any work being made on keeping those sites open to do the important research that we need here in Saskatchewan.
Yes, there is, and we will continue. I've had some discussions with the federal minister. I've left it with him to come back with the detail on just exactly what their plans are for those 2 facilities. I have also reached out to a lot of the commodity groups here in the province as well, and we will have some discussion as to further. I do know, and I did get this confirmation from the federal minister, and I've related to the commodity groups as well, that the crops will be going in those 2 facilities this year. My concern is, and it's the same with the groups that I've chatted with, is how do we retain the researchers that are there? We already know that one has left. That is the concern I have. So I'm hopeful that in the next week or so I will hear from the federal minister on just what their detailed plan is on the disposition of those 2 facilities. I've asked the teams that we've worked with that the Ministry of Agriculture will lead this one, and we will work with the commodity groups on just how we transition and what's going to happen with those 2 facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Mayor. I'll just add a comment or two. And our staff at the SARM office right now, where they have the dates of April 27th to the April 30th for our executive, myself, our executive director, Laurel Felton, and Vice President Steinley, to travel to Ottawa that last few days of April to meet with the Minister of Agriculture, the Honourable Heath MacDonald, and also we're trying to line up a meeting with Secretary of the Prime Minister, Honourable Cody Blois. So hopefully we get those meetings finalized, and we will be off to Ottawa to lobby on behalf of every one of you in this room that's connected to agriculture, and to try to retain the services that are supplied at Indian Head, Scott, and the Lacombe research stations. So we'll be working alongside the Ministry of Agriculture in this province and trying to resolve some of those issues.
Dave has just another comment.
Yeah, just to add to that, we have reached out to the federal minister, and I'm hoping to have a call with him later this week on this and just where we're going to proceed.
Just liaise back with SARM as well, as their board is going out there as well. I'm just going to mention, Stu, when we were in India, we were talking, this is, I think, speaks to the importance of having diversified market access for our products. We're having some challenges with pea tariffs in India, 30%, 10% on lentils. However, on our return from China, we were talking, there's 700,000 tons of pulses that are on their way to China. And so it really speaks to how important it is for us in the ag community, and I would say more broadly the natural resource exporting community, which is what we are, to have those diversified markets that are accessible so that when one tightens up, we have other markets that are available to us. And so we had a good discussion about that in India.
Okay, thank you. We will move on to microphone number 1.
Good morning. My name is Shane Boyce, Councillor in RM number 3, Enniskillen, speaking with the permission of Council. My query is for Minister Merritt. As you're aware, the CFIA has attempted to implement enhanced traceability and documentation on the livestock industry. Now, you've already mentioned, you've seen the producer's response and their opinion on this. As just another example of the federal government's policies completely out of touch with the realities of the livestock industry, particularly the Western livestock industry. So today I offer your department and the Moe government the opportunity to go on public record to call for the elimination, not pausing, to this CFIA initiative. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to do everything possible to stop this. We know we have the pause, and I understand what you're saying, and I'm adamantly opposed to these changes as well. Our concern, and even my discussion with the livestock groups is the same, is where does all this fall in with whether it's under CFI or not? I truly believe that animal health should be under the Ministry of Agriculture federally. And I also believe that PMRA should be completely under the Ministry of Agriculture, not under the Ministry of Health. That's two things that I will be taking to the FBT table in July, and I've had those discussions with the federal ag minister as well. I'm very concerned with these changes. I don't know how they'd ever enforce any of these changes first and foremost, and there's other challenges around that as well. I think I heard it pretty loud and clear at the two meetings I was at, and I'm pretty sure the other meetings were probably the same results. So that's a position that we will take forward to the federal minister, and we've relayed that as well. And at this time, I do want to thank Minister McDonald, because he's the one that got the pause on these regulation changes to be gazetted. As you knew, they were, and then they paused it. That was a result of him going to his federal counterpart and saying this has to stop at this point. So I'm totally on your side on this one.
Thank you.
Gasson, right?
Gasson.
Okay, thank you, Minister
Bill.
Merritt.
I noticed you missed large wildlife as what you wanted to move to ag. You had animal health, PMRA, but you missed large wildlife.
No, I'd hate to take that away from Minister Roden.
Minister Rowden.
Hi. So your concern is well taken and well noted, and I'm exactly on the same page as you as a cattle producer myself, and I probably wouldn't be allowed back home if I had a different view. So I commit to supporting the Ag Minister of Saskatchewan on this and lending my voice and knowledge whenever possible.
Thank you. Go to microphone number 2. Larry.
Good morning. My name is Larry Grant, Reeve of the RM of Elmarie. I just want to add a little bit to the gentleman, a little bit ago about wildlife damage and stuff. I appreciate the announcement that was made about the deportation tags. I'm a shareholder of a grazing corporation that took over a former PFRA pasture. A couple of years ago, we had 600 elk in that pasture. And there was 51 shareholders. Just a couple of financials. Them 600 elk are equivalent to a 750-pound yearling. Our cost of operation for that pasture is $150 for a 5-month grazing season. That comes to $90,000 of lost investment, lost income towards our operations. Them elk are there for 12 months out of the year. That works out to $216,000 just
You got 30 seconds,
losses
Larry.
of operation. Look at the lost economics of the whole season. If you were running 600 yearlings there, this accounts to about $500,000 of lost income, lost revenue for that area. I know these animals are part of the resource, but keep in mind who pays for it.
Thank you, Larry.
Well, I guess I'll just say thanks for the support on the depredation tags. How it's going to work is SCIC reports on damage from elk when feedstocks and whatnot are going to be used in handing out those depredation tags, and yeah, like your feed losses are still, I believe, an insurable loss through SCIC, and so I encourage you to get a hold of your adjusters.
Okay, thank you. We will go to microphone number 3.
Thank you and good morning. Pierre Charpentier, Councillor RM St. Andrews number 287, regarding the depredation tags. I'm a hunter, fisher, gatherer. I'm a resident of Saskatchewan all my life, born and raised. This is the best place in the world for the opportunity to hunt, and I thank God for that. My question is, will there be some flexibility on these dates for the elk hunt with these depredation tags? Last year I was fortunate enough to go out on the depredation tags in the sand hills around Senlac, south of the river, and it just happened that it was the wrong time of the year. It wasn't cold enough. There wasn't enough snow on the ground, so the elk were moving at times of the night where we were unable to have access to them. And then, of course, the season is over, and
You have 30 seconds left.
the season is over, and still don't have a tag filled. So I'm just wondering, is there going to be a flexibility with these tags so that we can hunt for more than the allotted time, especially when the weather is right? Thank you.
So the way the depredation tags this year, or for next year, they will be in force January 15th to March 31st is how it works. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to microphone number 4.
Curtis Lammers, the RM of Purdue 346. This last winter, we decided to put a bounty on coyotes, and within 3 months, we had 730 plus coyotes disposed of. And it wasn't even a drop in the bucket, the amount of coyotes that are running around there. So we would like whoever has to look after it, we'd like a little funding to help us to encourage more municipalities to do a little bit, because we virtually, with another municipality, as far as I know, we're the only ones that did it, and we cleaned out a lot, but they're still out there laughing at us. Thank you.
Take it under advisement, yeah. We should talk about that.
So my understanding is you of course don't need a hunting season for coyotes or wolves type thing that are predatory on your land, which, as for us maybe doing a top-up provincially, well, that's something I'm going to have to discuss with the Premier to make it more sweet for people to want to go out and do this. The Trappers Association, I've met with them, and they tell me they're actively trapping. Maybe there's a way they could assist as well. Yeah, I don't have a solid answer for you, but certainly talk to my cabinet colleagues about what you're asking.
The trappers need better traps, and we're not asking for a lot. We just want some recognition so the rest of the province actually steps up and tries to keep these animals under control.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. You got anything to add? Anything?
No, it's good.
Okay, we'll go to microphone number 1.
Lloyd Seymour, Reeve, Arma Connaught, 457. Volunteer fire departments are the backbone of our communities across this province. Fortunately, many of these said departments are struggling with funding to both maintain minimum training and maintenance equipment standards. Unfortunately, hot dog sales and spaghetti suppers are not working. SGI is currently mandating minimum safety standards for both training and equipment to respond to MVAs. The cost for this is being shouldered directly to these departments without any compensation from this Crown Corporation. My ask from the province today is a commitment on 2 levels. To make funding a priority for our fire departments. Currently right now, as my understanding is fire departments are not considered an essential service in this province. Another one is to mandate SGI to help fire departments with both training and equipment to achieve the minimum standards set out by this Crown Corporation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you for the question. And first and foremost, thank you for bringing up this topic, because I think now would be a great time for us all to recognize every volunteer fire department in this province that assisted in the last year's wildfire season. And I think they all deserve a big round of applause. And there's a thanks to every RM as well that supported their fire department and allowed them to send some members up to assist with the most devastating wildfire season we've had. Now, I've been a volunteer firefighter myself in the city of Weyburn, and I know the struggles we have with increasing costs, increasing training requirements. And it's something that I continually have discussions with the SPSA on, and President Marlo Pritchard. We're actively considering different things we could do through the SPSA to support the fire departments in our province. I know right now there's funding for radios. They supply the radios to fire departments. They're working on subsidizing fees that are associated with the radios. And another thing that we've been talking about, and I've had these discussions as I've gone around the province talking to volunteer fire departments, about possibly finding a way to save some costs on buying equipment that every department needs in this province. Is there a way that we can do a mass buy and distribute it throughout the province? So we're actively looking at other ways that we can save the cost, the ever-increasing costs on the fire departments, and assist you in that direction anyways.
Sure. Well, I have a bit to add. Number one, just kind of reiterating what Mike said, the enormous respect that this entire table has for the work that our volunteer fire departments do day in and day out. And we saw it firsthand, the commitment that folks have in northern Saskatchewan last summer, where volunteer fire departments from right around the province, folks who literally put their lives on hold to go and help and serve their fellow citizens. That really is just the very spirit of this province. So from the perspective of SGI and CIC, we're going to continue to work very closely with Mike and his shop, and find ways that we can be even more supportive of these folks who literally risk their lives to serve all of us. So thank you.
Okay.
I'll jump in really quick.
Minister Schmaltz?
Yeah, sorry, I wanted to just quickly jump in and also recognize the important value that these volunteer services, and they don't like to be called volunteer services, they like to be called paid on call, so that people want to come out and work with them, that they've contributed to our province, and most recently, again, this last summer was demonstrated in full force. I will say that while the discussion around funding these departments is ongoing, there are opportunities for funding in the municipalities right now, and that is through the Canada Community Building Fund, or formerly known as gas tax. That funding model can be put to contribute towards trucks and equipment, and so you can take some of that. I understand there are some pressures, and probably that money's been earmarked for other things, but if there's a priority for you to fund at some level your fire department, you can use the Canada Community Building Fund. And in addition to that, we brought out announced yesterday the new municipal revenue sharing number, which is increased exponentially, and that money can also be put towards it in the interim while we still have these conversations around funding your municipal fire departments.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say that we're getting close to the end of our time. I'm going to cut the questions off at 11:20, so we'll try and be as quick as you can with your questions so we can get the answers to you and cover as many people as we can. So I'm going to go to microphone number 2 now.
Good morning. Darwin Johnsgard, the Reeve for the RM of Sask Landing 167. Just wanted to make a kind of a public thank you to the government. A couple of years ago, the process started for us to take over the town of Stewart Valley, just north of Swift Current. And of course, as everybody knows, the villages are struggling these days, and ours was this same as everyone else's, I guess. But you know, they were out of money. Administration was a problem, and infrastructure's old. So we know how darn much money it's going to take those over. So it's not something the RM really looked forward to, but we did take it over. There was some growing pains, but we got through it. But this government has exceeded our expectations with financially just to pull that off. And I don't know what we'd have done.
30 seconds left.
I don't know what we'd have done if we'd have just taken it over and never got the support of the government like we have. Anyways, I just wanted to thank you. And also, Everett's already been thanked for helping us out in our school. But you guys come through financially there too in a big way, as Lee already had said, our Division 7 counselor. So I just wanted to publicly thank you guys for what you've done for us.
Thank you. Your timing was perfect.
Darwin, thanks, Darwin, and I apologize to you. As soon as I said it earlier, I mistakenly identified Dan Barber as the reeve of the RM, and so I elevated him to a position that he is no longer has and no longer gets the paycheck for. So thanks, Darwin, for your comments and your good work as the reeve.
Okay, we will go on to microphone number 3.
Hi, Margaret Lee, RM of Pleasantdale Councillor. My question is for the Minister of Education in regards to libraries. We haven't seen any work on libraries really in a long time. We're languishing under an act that is 30 years old, was written before the internet was actually common. And the information environment has completely changed. It's no longer accurate. We also haven't seen any funding increases or even keeping up with inflation for, I think, close to 10 years. What's your intention? Are we going to continue to see libraries languish, or are you intending to bring them back to where they were 30 years ago when they were the envy of other provinces?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Very timely. You know, as a matter of fact, I've had the opportunity to meet with a number of regional library boards and organizations to talk about some of these concerns, not just specific to, for example, you know, obviously I've talked to the libraries in Regina here, but a bit of a different situation in our rural communities. One of the issues, and you're right, one of the issues that's been identified is how much not just the province has changed, but the sector involving libraries has changed as well. As an example, one of their bigger costs, their pressures that they deal with right now is obviously transportation of books and materials back and forth. You'd think, you know, that with the advent of more online ebooks, all that stuff, that this would get cheaper. Actually, it doesn't because of licensing costs as well. So that's an additional cost that our library system has to bear. We'll be having a budget, of course, that comes out in about a week's time, a week from today, and we'll be talking about a number of things. So we'll see what that does for the library sector, but I'd be more than happy to have that conversation with you. I've got staff here in the building, my chief of staff, and we can connect afterwards and just have a bit more of a more in-depth, detailed conversation about specific concerns in your area and how we can help work with you to try to implement some of those changes. Some of them are financial, some aren't. Some are other things that probably need to be done to modernize and update some of our legislation, but we'd be happy to take that feedback and consultation with you. So thanks for raising it.
Okay. We will go to microphone number 2.
Hi, Gil Cadron, RM of Meota 468 Reeve. I was wondering if you guys are having any plans of changing the requirements for a Class 1A driver's license. I realized back in the day when you did change it, there was a bad accident that required some sort of a change, but I don't think that that's improved highway safety at all since. It seems to still keep rising. There's people that that need training, better training than that. But then there's also those that have been driving these trucks since they were 15 years old and probably do a better job than most of the guys that are on the highway right now. But the requirement for it costing upwards of $15,000 when you have your own trucks that they've learned on to pay somebody else so that they can just drive their trucks to meet those requirements. It puts a financial strain on the situation when you have a few in the family, and was wondering if there would be possible changes. I spoke to our, go ahead, local MLA, and he said they talked about changing it for agriculture, for that type of a thing, and I said that's not what you require, because anybody driving the truck, doesn't matter if you're going 10 miles or 10,000 miles, you need to have a license to operate that piece of machinery.
Thank you for the question.
Sure, excuse me. I'll take a stab at that one. So part of the discussions that have gone on are across Canada. So we had a federal, provincial, territorial meeting, and a lot of this was discussed at quite a length. You know, we've got there's a term used called Drivers Inc. There's all kinds of regulations, and they change from boundary to boundary. And what we're trying to do on a Canadian level is get that nailed down to something that is more more cohesive. You know, in your situation, I understand there's been some accidents on the highways around in that country, and we want to thank you for assisting and responding to those. You know, we want to keep our highways safe, and everybody that travels on them, we want them to get to where they're going safely. And that, you know, whether it's in the licensing, whether it's in the safety improvements that we put into the highway system, that's always top of mind at the ministry.
Okay, thank you. We will go to microphone number 4.
Thanks, Bill. I wasn't sure if you forgot how to count or not. Anyway.
No, I seen there was nobody at 3, so you're next up.
Anyway, Norm Hall, RM of Elfrost. It's rare that you can say that our federal government has done something smart, but they appointed a Saskatchewan grain farmer to the Senate, and recently Todd Lewis wrote a piece that's in the Hill Times, shall I say, knocking the government for closing the research facilities right across Canada. The federal government, just like our provincial government, have plans on increasing ag export, and Todd points out very, very concisely that they're cutting the feed off our run to increase our production. So I'd like to share that with you, Mr. Premier, and hopefully you can share it out so that everybody else can see what good work he's doing there.
30 seconds left, Norm.
I'm
Oh,
done.
you're done.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Todd, I talk to Todd frequently. He is a good representative in the Senate. I won't say anything more about the Senate, but Todd is a good representative there. That's all.
That's it. Okay, we will go back to microphone number 1.
Hi, my name is Melissa Gervais. I'm a counselor for number 33, RM of Moose Creek. My question is directed towards our education system. Immigration has impacted our schools. Students with English as a second language have depleted EA supports in our schools and take teaching time away from the students. The government is rolling out opportunities for graduating Saskatchewan students, but I feel our kids don't have the tools to succeed. Our education system has become so watered down. The requirements for graduation has changed, requiring less credits. Education is critical, and we want to raise strong, well-educated students. My question is, with increasing immigration and proper supports put in place to ensure our children can succeed with our schools, within our school system.
Thanks, Melissa, for the question. This is a government, and you've heard me and the Premier say it multiple times, that wants to ensure that our Saskatchewan schools are giving our students their best start. And it's why we've made record investments into education over the past couple of budget years, 8.4% and 8.8% increases into operating funding for our 27 school divisions, a strong partnership that our government has with Sean Davidson, president of the SSBA, the Saskatchewan Teachers Federation, you name it. And I've been fortunate to have the opportunity to work closely and meet as often as I can and as regularly as I can with school divisions, school boards, and their administrations across the province to make sure that we're hearing their concerns but also acting upon them as well. One of the biggest issues we're facing, obviously, and not just in Saskatchewan but elsewhere, is the complexity of the classroom, and that can be a whole host of things. I spent a number of days earlier this winter meeting with a number of advocacy groups with respect to students that have a variety of disabilities, for example, both intellectual and physical disabilities, and how we can better incorporate them. How do we support newcomers and those that might face some language barriers that are new to Saskatchewan and new to Canada? And sometimes that's an EA, sometimes it's things like speech-language pathologists, and making sure that all of our staff in our schools, teachers, speech paths, EAs, have the tools that they need to be able to better support that. I think some of the work that is helping with that is the addition of the specialized support classrooms that we're doing in Saskatchewan, an additional 50 this year, and a commitment to add 200 more of those specialized support classrooms, but also the classroom complexity teachers, which can provide some additional one-on-one for some of these students that need some additional help. So there's a lot in play right now, but there's still some more work to do, obviously, and that's what I'm hearing from the sector. It's what I hear from parents, and frankly, sometimes that's what I hear from students directly. And that's where some of the best ideas and solutions come from. Sometimes I'll have these meetings and we won't have an answer just yet, but we'll spitball some ideas and see what we can come up with. And in the case of the example of the specialized support classroom model, that was a pilot in 8 communities and worked very well, and therefore we committed some additional dollars towards that. But I think there is more work that needs to be done to be able to make sure that we do have the best education system in the world, and we'd be happy to hear and field any more ideas and suggestions that we can contemplate implementing as policy and as a director from the government to make sure that we are hitting the mark.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Supposed to be.
Is it on? There was an interesting discussion raised by the federal government the other day about social media use by youth and whether or not there should be some restrictions on that in class. I just throw that out there. That I think that's an excellent discussion to have, and we'll see where that goes nationally. Australia's made some moves in that space.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to microphone number 3.
Hi, I'm Avin Erickson from RM 193 Eyebrow, Reeve, and I just wanted to touch back on the truck driving course. There shouldn't be a restriction when it comes to withdrawing money out of the RESPs. We couldn't get the government matched portion from putting my son through truck driving course because it wasn't a long enough course. RESP money that's invested is only applies to certain, I think it's 20 some weeks or 40 some week courses. It shouldn't matter whether it's a CPR course, truck driving course, or veterinarian training. The money's there for the kids' education, it should be used. And then the other part is, it's totally different, but the dilapidated buildings that are in, abandoned farmyards and stuff, there's got to be better programs for these things to get cleaned up.
Thank you.
To your point on the RESP, those are federal rules, but what you're saying is intriguing. I'd be happy to take a look at that and request a change in the federal government, so thanks for the suggestion.
Okay, we will go to microphone number 1.
Justin Brown, RM Councillor, Fillmore, number 97. I'm up here not to ask, but I'm here to demand some of our levies for the library boards be returned to the communities that need it. Fillmore is a village of about 300 and so people. We have a drawing area of 700 people. but the funding is only based on the village. And the library applied for, was approved, and proceeded through a pilot program that's showed that they needed or could use another 5 hours of operation. They only operate 10 hours. It's $3,600 to get that 5 hours, and we've asked the Weyburn Library, which is, I believe, our center, that we would like that funding. If you're going to have pilot programs that are a success and then not follow through, it's kind of a waste of everybody's time. Now, this isn't extra money demanded. This is our money that you are allocating to Weyburn that we would like to get back so we can have that extra 5 hours to keep the region of that library open. That is a drawing area of not only Fillmore, we get part of the RM of Griffin, part of the RM of Wellington, and it is very highly used, and we would like to see it used to its full potential. Thank you.
Thanks for the question and the statement. I'm not aware of all the circumstances around this particular situation, but we'll certainly look into it today. We'll talk to the team, get some background on it, and then we'll be in touch with you.
I think we got time for one more question.
Can I follow up, please, though? We requested and had a Zoom meeting with your regional library, and the person that we spoke to was, shoot, I can't think of the proper term, but she wasn't very nice about her response. It was a very flippant attitude, okay? Now, I live in Weyburn, but I farm in Fillmore, so I'm supporting that community, and I did not appreciate her answers on why we weren't getting that funding. So I would like to speak to you on the side, but I just think there's probably more of this issue within this province.
Certainly. Thanks for raising it, and I'll look into it, and we'll be in contact. Thanks, Justin.
I don't think the regional libraries are part of government. They're formed regionally with regional boards. But you look into it. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to take one more question from microphone number 1, and then we're going to close this session of the meeting this morning. So go ahead.
Hello, Calvin Christensen, Councillor, Browning, RM number 34. My question is on mental health funding. We have a major mental health issue, as we all know, and from personal experience, I know for a fact that a lot of people that are seeking help can't afford it. I know for a fact that some people only get $300 a year for counseling or whatever they need, and that only covers maybe 3 sessions a year. So I'm just wondering if there's a chance that we could look at maybe increasing this funding through healthcare.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. I know within our Mental Health and Addictions Action Plan, that is one of the focuses that we're having on, is getting those extra resources out there for mental health services, and some of them come at no charge whatsoever. When we talk about psychologists and psychiatrists and all of that kind of stuff, obviously those do come with a fee that is attached to it. So we do have some officials here with the ministry. We're going to get some extra details on exactly what you're talking about and the sessions, because there's a variety of things. I don't know if you're talking about your work plan or what that is, but for sure we'll look into how those services are provided and how we can actually make them more available to the wider public.
Thank you. Well, I think this concludes our Bear Pit session. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Premier, not only for part of the Bear Pit, but also for your presentation this morning and your speech and your comments. It was excellent. And to each and every cabinet minister that was participating. And thank you for being here, participating, and the great work you do throughout the year representing rural Saskatchewan. Thank you again. I am now going to turn it over to Sabine, and she's going to take over. She's probably a lot better at the mic than I am, so it's all yours now. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Thank you. Really well done.
Bill, you're just as good on the mic. You can do the weather anytime you like. I know everyone's probably getting antsy to get to lunch. First of all, thank you again to Premier Moe, the ministers, and to Bill. I have been asked to ask all of you, if you are doing lunch with us, to stay seated, and someone from the real staff will come to your table and let you know when you can grab lunch, which is being served out in the main entrance there. If you did put your name in for a draw for one of the prizes at the trade show, there are cork boards that will be set up in Hall B, or the Sask Milk Hall doors by the Westcon booth at 12 p.m. And other than that, enjoy lunch, check out the trade show, and we'll be back at 1 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
Many Canadians look to earn higher returns from their portfolios by investing in securities like mutual funds, ETFs, and stocks. However, many of these investors feel like they're at the mercy of the market's highs and lows while attempting to reach their goals. These investors are unaware that there are investment solutions like CIBC Principal at Risk Notes that start with their goals in mind. CIBC Principal at Risk Notes can be tailored to an investor's specific time horizon, cash flow needs, and risk tolerance, with the sole aim of increasing the probability of meeting their unique goals. Let's take a look at Eddie. He's 66, recently retired, and needs approximately 7% per annum in cash flow to fund his lifestyle. With a traditional investment approach, Eddie would need the market to generate approximately 7% per year in cash flow without declining in value, or would need to buy a high-risk bond to maintain his lifestyle. But by using CIBC Principal at Risk Notes, Eddie can customize his investments with the potential to generate 7% in cash flow per year, even if the market is flat or slightly negative. CIBC Principal at Risk Notes may be suitable for investors like Eddie, who are already investing in mutual funds, ETFs, and stocks, and are comfortable with some downside risk, and are looking to maximize the probability of achieving their specific target return. CIBC Principal at Risk Notes, where your financial goals are the benchmark.
With CIBC's expanded suite of market-linked GICs, it's easy to tap into the growth potential of a diverse mix of underlying assets with 100% principal protection. Our three distinct investment strategies feature a variety of payout structures in order to meet the short and long-term goals of investors and complement traditional investment plans. Why market-linked GICs? These guaranteed fixed-term investments combine the security of traditional GICs with the potential to earn a higher market-linked return in one simple solution. Here's how they work. Market-linked GICs provide exposure to a number of underlying assets, including a portfolio of common shares, a market interest rate, or an underlying index or portfolio of indices, all of which are designed by CIBC to provide enhanced diversification and a payout structure in alignment with your unique needs, specific risk profile, and investment objectives. Like a traditional GIC, 100% repayment of your principal is always guaranteed at maturity, regardless of any down market movement. And if the market goes up, you have the potential to outperform traditional GICs. CIBC offers innovative market-linked GICs across three distinct strategies designed to help meet your needs, whether you require a guaranteed return, periodic income payments, or simply want to increase your growth potential. Income may be suitable for investors who require cash flow from their investments, seek enhanced yield, require a guaranteed minimum return, value principal protection at maturity. Income and growth may be suitable for investors who require cash flow from their investments, are comfortable receiving a fixed return during the term that is less than traditional GICs, but with an opportunity to receive a higher market return at maturity. Value principal protection at maturity. Growth may be suitable for investors who do not require cash flow prior to maturity, are looking to potentially earn above market returns relative to their fixed rate GICs. Value principal protection at maturity. With minimum investment starting at just $500, guaranteed capital protection, an RRSP and TFSA eligibility, gaining access to the world's market potential has never been easier or more secure. So get in on the upside without worrying about the downside with CIBC Market-Linked GICs. CIBC Market-Linked GICs. Increase your earning potential, not your risk.
All right, welcome back. Hopefully you had a great lunch. We're gonna get started here right away. Real quick note though, I did check with our friends with Stars. I think some of you were told they were sold out, but turns out they do still have some tickets available. They'll be selling them until 4 p.m. today, not selling any tomorrow. So if you wanted to get them, you can grab them today until 4 p.m. So next, I would like to invite, I don't have to invite, you're already joining me. I've got Bob Moulding here with SARM to welcome the Leader of the Opposition, Carla Beck. Please join me in welcoming Bob.
Thank you, Sabine. It gives me pleasure to introduce Carla Beck. She is the MLA for Regina Lakeview and leader of the Saskatchewan NDP official opposition. Carla is driven by her rural Saskatchewan values of grit, fairness, and community that she was taught growing up on a mixed farm near Lang. A social worker and a former school trustee, she spent more than 20 years advocating for families and students. Since entering provincial politics in 2016, Carla has delivered bold leadership, guiding the Saskatchewan NDP in 2024 to its strongest results in a generation. Please welcome Carla.
Thanks, Bob. Oh, I'm getting stage direction here. Hi, everyone. I'll see you at the other mic very quickly. Thanks, Bob, for that very kind introduction, and good afternoon to everyone here at the annual SARM convention. It's great to be in a room with so many leaders. I want to say thank you to Bill and to Darren and the whole board, to Laurel and her staff for the invitation to come and talk to you for a little bit this afternoon. I also want to just say thanks to all of the leaders that we have in the room today, the dignitaries, the counselors, the administrators, and the staff. This is a room full of doers. Folks who unapologetically show up, stand up, and advocate for your communities and for the people that you serve. This is a room of people who are not afraid. I think we saw that earlier today, to speak truth to power. Simply put, this is a room of people that show up. I am curious about one thing. In addition to serving on council, serving as Reeves, how many people in this room also serve on another local board in your community? The rink board, curling club? Put those hands up high. Look around. I'm not surprised at all by that result. This is a group of people, first of all, thank you for all that you do. But it is that spirit, that digging in, that showing up and doing what needs to be done that has always been our superpower in this province. And it's why I've always enjoyed coming to SARM, and particularly this luncheon. I know that some of you have heard this story before, but when I moved to the city, my dad was pretty worried that I'd forget where I came from. So he'd always say, if you want to know what's going on in rural Saskatchewan, if you want a quick synopsis in pretty plain language, come hang out here at SARM. Come hang out at the luncheon for the day. And he was right. This is a group of people who are involved in their communities and committed to making this province the best place that it can be. I also know that this is a room where people have pretty good BS detectors, and where they know, and it's a room where trust is earned. It's not given. I think that's the case in many communities in this province. This is a room that understands the importance not of words, not of promises, but of actions. Because of all of the ways that you hold that responsibility in your communities. And no one could blame you, given all that's going on in the world today, all of the challenges, how busy people are, if you decided to sit this one out, to turn to apathy or not volunteer on that extra board. And a lot of people do that. But you know in this room that if we want those good things, not just for ourselves, not just for our kids, but for our communities, we need people to show up, to take responsibility, not just make promises, but actually dig in, do the work, and deliver the results that we want to see. And I want you to know in this room that I have learned so much from you. That myself and our team, that we have been listening to you and to your communities. And today I want to quickly talk about some of the issues that we're putting forward, the solutions that we're putting forward to the issues that you've told us are most important to you in your communities. First of all, the number one thing that I hear from communities and people in this province is concerns about the cost of living. Whether that is overhead costs or your ability to pay your bills, rural, urban, this is the number one thing that people want to talk about. The cost of everything is up, and people can't afford one more rate hike. That's why we've been speaking out against the latest SaskPower rate hike since it was first rumored last November. This hike came without warning, came, in fact, despite assurances just last December that the government wasn't even contemplating a rate hike. But now we know that this rate hike is going to cost Saskatchewan businesses, families, farms, $136 million at a time when they simply cannot bear the additional cost. I know that people in this room also understand how hard it is without this rate hike to ensure that the lights stay on at the local rink or at the local community club. And while it's important that the government pays $3 million a year in those rink grants, that gets eaten up pretty quickly with a $136 million rate hike. That's why last week our team introduced legislation that would stop this rate hike, and we are going to keep pushing on it until the government relents and turns back this $136 million hike to your bottom line. Speaking of advocacy, I know that SARM has also put in advocacy to the rate review panel. I want to thank you for that. And I want to also thank SARM for the advocacy that you've been doing, advocating for more supports when it comes to emergency responses in this province. You and your communities, often volunteers, are on the front line when disaster strikes, and you need more support to retain, recruit, and train those on the front lines, those who take care of us and our loved ones in some of our hardest moments. And as demand for those services rise, we're too often seeing the downloading of both the responsibility and the costs to local communities and RMs. I've heard you. We want to change that. Ensure that you get the support that you need to continue to provide those critical services. If anything, last year's terrible wildfire season taught us this, that Saskatchewan communities still know how to show up for each other. We saw post after post of local, often volunteer fire crews heading up north. I recently got the opportunity in Davidson to see Engine 481, otherwise known as Herbie, and hear about how they sent a crew up north to fight those terrible fires. But unfortunately, this latest fire season also taught us that our emergency response in this province was simply not adequate. And as the official opposition, we've repeatedly called for a public inquiry into the entire disaster season so we can learn from the mistakes and do everything in our power to ensure that we are not caught unprepared again in the future. I think that's just good planning. I know that that's what you do around your tables. We should always be prepared to learn from our mistakes, to be honest about what went right and what went wrong, and always looking to improve going forward. We've also presented a bill in the legislature requiring the development of a provincial fire strategy, whether that be forest fires or wildfires, grass fires. Well, we hope for the best, that we're prepared and equipped for the worst. That's how we're going to make sure that we're ready for next season. And I want to spend a little bit of time on something else that we've been advocating for, work that we've been doing, and that's around health care in this province. We've got a project underway that we've had underway for about 6 months. It's called Your Care, Your Say. And that's really what we want. We want you to have your say. We know that that local community input, that frontline input, that building and rebuilding the system from the ground up is the only way that we are going to save our healthcare system in this province. We've been asking for your ideas, for your expertise, because we know, and every room, in fact, every consultation that we've done up to this point has told us two things. If you want to know where the problems are, talk to those local communities, those on the front line. But also this, if you want to hear some of the most innovative, practical solutions, listen to those same voices, because they know where the solutions are as well. Simply put, we need you. We need you to help rebuild the healthcare system. We need you to ensure that we are doing everything we can today to ensure that people in this province have the care that they need. Because right now, and I don't have to tell anyone in this room, I've already heard it coming in the door, healthcare is holding on by a thread. We have rural emergency rooms closing without warning, and critically needed regional hospitals, despite being announced time after time, are still just a blueprint or a hole in the ground. Now, recently, we've seen the Premier, we've seen the government start to talk about the issue. And I'm sincerely glad for that. And I thank you in this room and your advocacy for lighting a fire, or at least a spark, under the government. But I know that you also have been calling for example, expanding the scope of nurse practitioners since 2012 in this province. I'm glad that the Premier is finally taking you up on that important suggestion, but I'm not going to extend a whole lot of grace for having let it get so bad in the first place. And friends, for the record, I'm just going to say this. While it is true that there are healthcare problems elsewhere in this country, I am not going to allow the government to suggest that it's bad everywhere as an excuse. This is not everywhere. This is Saskatchewan. And we used to lead when it came to healthcare, and we can lead again. This is going to be my focus, and this is going to be the focus of our entire team. Now, we've got a few projects in addition to the Your Carry, the Your Say that we've launched. We've got a few things on the go. We're working on a rural transportation strategy, ensuring the gaps that are still there, that were left with the shuttering of STC, are filled so that people in rural Saskatchewan, seniors in particular, can access the health care and remain in the communities where they live, where they grew up. We also want to ensure that we have a plan to connect every corner of this province to ensure that we realize our full potential, to make good on the opportunity, drive growth and good jobs in this province. We need to take care of the infrastructure that we have. We also need bigger generational infrastructure investment in this province, game-changing infrastructure to connect our province and our country from Canadian coast to coast to coast. I am talking about the pipelines, the power lines, and the rail lines that are going to be needed to ensure that we meet this moment and set ourselves up for the future. We need that pipe to gain access to critically needed tidewater and to free up precious rail space. Those power lines and transmission lines to connect us to other provinces and help us reshape how we generate electricity and move us in this province to becoming a net energy exporter. These are big changes. And we are, because of where we sit in the province and what we're sitting on, we are uniquely positioned to be a literal powerhouse for the entire country. Let's think big in this province. Let's set the next generation up for success. That's the work that you're doing, that we want to do alongside you. Soon you're going to see details of this plan, our proposed grid and growth plan that does exactly what I'm talking about. And I hope you have a look at it and that you provide your input. Of course, we need those rails to connect the country and to ensure that our world-class products get to market. We also need to ensure that we have the reliability and the transparency to make sure that we can deliver, because we know who pays the price when there are delays. You have my word. Should I have the honor of being elected as your premier, to be relentless in advocating for the federal government, for the infrastructure, our province's fair share of the infrastructure that's needed to ensure that we get that needed reliability in getting exports to market. Now, that's a few things that we have on the go, and I know that I'm running short on time. There are other speakers who are coming, and I'm happy to talk. I know our team is here today with all of you offline. Better yet, invite us out to council, out to your community, to see what you're dealing with, to see what you're excited about. I just want to talk about one more exciting project that we've got, and that's Your Future, Your Say. This is focused on the future for young people in this province in particular. Now, I am the mom of 3 adult kids, no grandkids yet. I feel like I've got some skin in the game making sure that we have that opportunity, that future for young people in this province. But right now in this province, for the first time in 20 years, we actually have a declining population, and we are losing more young people than any other demographic. That is not how you build a future for a province. We want Saskatchewan to be the place to be, not to be from. And we want more young people to choose to see a future for themselves in communities right across this province, but particularly when it comes to taking over the family farm, farms that have been built with hard work and risk over generations. We see the hard work, we see people playing by the rules, but we also continue to hear concerns about the illegal sale of farmland and that not enough is being done to deal with the laws that we have. That's why yesterday, my friend, the MLA, Trent Witherspoon, introduced an important piece of legislation on foreign farmland ownership, something that is needed to put teeth behind the rules that already exist, to increase oversight, and to dramatically increase the penalties for illegal land transfers up to $10 million. This is a common sense bill. It simply puts teeth on what we all agree are the rules, what should be the rules, and I'm calling on the Premier and the current government to expedite passage of this bill. We could pass it this week if there's political will to do it. Now, I'm going to close by saying this. I've given you just a taste of some of what we have on offer, some of what we've been working towards over the last 17 months since the last election, offering solutions, offering real choices when it comes to healthcare, being propositional when it comes to dealing with the problems like illegal foreign ownership in farmland. But we're also offering something that, frankly, you haven't had for some time in this province, and that's a choice. When there isn't a choice, you can be taken for granted. People can think that the promises are enough. Recycled promises are enough. As I said, I understand that this is a room that knows, that values action over words. So I guarantee you today that I will not take for granted the trust that has been built here. We will continue to have, you'll continue to have my commitment to valuing those rural voices at every table, and to continue to tackle the challenges of the day and chart a path for this beautiful province, no matter where you live. With that, I want to say thank you again for the opportunity to being able to address you today. Have a wonderful convention, and please, everyone, drive safely on the way home. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Carla. I'm going to keep things rolling here for this afternoon, and next I would like to invite SARM's Sean Kramer up to introduce our next guest.
I have the pleasure of welcoming Member of Parliament Jerry Patzer to our convention for a speech. Jeremy Patzer has served as a member of Parliament for Swift Current Grasslands Kindersley riding, which was previously the Cypress Hills Grassland riding, since 2019. In May of 2025, he was elected chair of the Saskatchewan Conservative Regional Caucus. MP Patzer, his wife, and their 3 children call Swift Current home. Please help me welcome MP Jeremy Patzer.
All right, well, thank you very much for the welcome. It's always an honor and a privilege to be able to join such a great room full of people. And I do have to say that the International Trade Center is starting to feel like a second home for me. This is about the 6th time I've been here this winter already. Between my daughter playing hockey and my other 2 kids playing volleyball here, we spend an awful lot of time in this place. So this is very much a familiar ground, a bit of a different look from a volleyball court filled with a bunch of loud kids in it, though. So this is a little bit different. Yeah, I just want to say a big thank you to SARM for the great advocacy work that you guys do here in Saskatchewan, but also out in Ottawa in particular. SARM has always been a very consistent voice on the issues that are most important for the people here in Saskatchewan. I know it's helped us a lot as the opposition in Ottawa to be able to have a consistent voice that we can rely on that has factual information, and it is backed by both your ratepayers and by the electorate here as well. So thank you very much, SARM, for the work that you guys do. Some things never change. Last time I was here at the SARM convention, my son was playing hockey, and we were playing against Wood River. We got our butts kicked by Wood River, and Wood River went on to win the league championship. Now this year, it's my daughter's turn. She's playing against Wood River in playoffs, and I can tell you last night that the Swift Current Colts won 4-3 in game 1 of the playoff round, and they play game 2 tomorrow night. So we shall see if we can get a different outcome this year. But you know, it's great when we can be united here on common issues, and we can still enjoy you know, some rivalry at the hockey rink. That's just the good Saskatchewan way. So today I'm going to talk about a couple, 3 or 4 things that I think that the federal government could do and accomplish in a reasonable time frame that would benefit Saskatchewan and benefit you and your ratepayers. Now, I'm not going to dive deep into issues like traceability or the cuts on agriculture research funding. I've had a chance to address that in the House of Commons, and I don't think a 10 or 15-minute speech gives me enough time to actually address all the concerns and problems that we have in those issues. I know there's some good resolutions coming to the floor later on some of those issues, so I look forward to seeing how the debate and conversation goes on those important issues. But what I do want to talk about is a couple things that, again, these would be quick, easy wins for the federal government that have a benefit to you guys. First one would be to authorize the use of strychnine once again. When I was first elected in 2019, this is one of the issues I brought forward both in my nomination for the party, but also during the election campaign. I've been tabling petitions on this particular issue, and I've been hearing about it every year ever since I've been elected. Now, I would like to see that authorized for production and sale again in Canada, not just a drop of the emergency, not just an emergency use exemption, because that means that the product would still be banned in the end. We want to see it authorized for the long-term use because we know that it is the only actual tool that you have to treat the rampant gopher population that has exploded all across the south of the province and into other provinces as well. Now, there's a few things about it that we need to set the record straight on. First of all, the government does not have any data that would suggest that strychnine should not be used. This is not a scientific decision that they made on it. It's purely ideologically driven. I have seen research done to prove that strychnine is environmentally friendly, but it's also safe to use when used properly. And I know we used it on our farm growing up, and it was fast, it was effective, and you can even make an argument that it is the most humane way to deal with the gopher problem. Now, how can we make this happen? One of the first things that needs to happen, and this will have an impact also on the issues of traceability and other things as well too, but we need to reform CFIA and the PMRA. The first thing we need to do is see the government break it out of Health Canada, the parts of CFIA that are ag-related, and the PMRA, and put it all underneath Ag Canada. That would be a quick, easy change that the government can make that would have a proper impact and set us on the right course to be able to make proper decisions to do things correctly. So that would be an easy win for the government to be able to do. That's something as the opposition we've been pushing the government on as well. Secondly, to help restore and create stronger supply chains in Canada, the Liberals can scrap their industrial carbon tax that is set to increase to $110 a ton in April, and their so-called clean fuel regulations, which add 7 cents a litre at the price of gas today and is going to go up to 17 cents a litre over the coming years. You know, some of Canada's largest industries, such as potash, manufacturing, and transportation, are all directly impacted by these punitive regulations. And we know that the government can do it. We know that they could repeal a bad tax like that. They did it with the consumer carbon tax. Thanks to your advocacy, this was something that was having a devastating impact in our areas with your ratepayers, with Canadians all across the country. For 10 years, we listened to them tell us how amazing the carbon tax was, only to have them change the tune after the last election, and now they're praising, you know, the policy to get rid of it because they realize that it was a cost of living issue, and cost of living is at the front of minds for Canadians across the country. So we know that they can do it. So that would have a great change. This is driving up the cost of everyday goods for Canadians also at the grocery store, and it's having a devastating impact on the job creators of our rural communities who are manufacturing products who are needed at your municipal level of government and by your ratepayers. Both these taxes are also hidden in the price point and aren't transparent to the producer and the consumer. Yet through great work by universities, think tanks, and our leader, Pierre Poilievre, we know that they are both having an impact on the cost of living and on doing business. If Canada is truly to be a destination for investors to want to come and spend their money, we must get rid of our own barriers and operate on a level playing field with the rest of the world. Even the European Union, which the Prime Minister openly admires, has admitted that it won't be forcing carbon pricing in any trade deals because even they have recognized that it is a big barrier for getting growth in energy investment and infrastructure. We even gave the Liberal government an opportunity to address these issues when we proposed the Canadian Sovereignty Act, which is designed to cut red tape and regulations that have been identified by industry and academics and groups like SARM as some of the barriers to economic growth. The third one, which hits a little bit closer to home, would be to get on board with the irrigation expansion at Lake Diefenbaker. There are several projects ready to go. The government here in Saskatchewan has made it a priority, and even Ralph Goodale, the former Liberal MP, had it put into the Liberal campaigns back in 2015, 2019, and it also appeared in the Liberal campaign in 2021. This is a project that we have supported in our election campaigns as well, and I know that there's even an MOU that's been signed as far back recently as 2024 with the Canadian Infrastructure Bank for a loan to get the first major project or the first element of it underway, and yet we still here waiting for the final approval and a stamp from the CIB. Saskatchewan has almost double the irrigating capacity of Alberta. Canadians are going through a cost of living crisis, and our food supply chains are heavily reliant on importing fresh produce from around the world. We're blessed with an abundance of land, water, and energy, and everywhere you turn, there are regulations that are getting in the way of developing or utilizing these three valuable resources. Getting some quick, easy wins with the irrigators who are ready to go would signal that we're ready for further private sector investment in food production and processing here in Saskatchewan. For example, I was reading an article the other day written about the sugar industry in southern Alberta. That industry alone there is responsible for over 2,100 jobs. This is employing truckers, farmers, workers in processing plants, the service industries that get work and contracts from sales and repairs. The local restaurants and the local stores, the local economies also benefit and receive an uptick in business from the spillover that's happening there with the money. Now, we know that these workers also have families. This is who was populating the kids in our schools. You all know what a benefit it would bring to your RMs if you had a few more service companies or if you're able to set up some bigger processors in your RMs. To increase and expand on your tax base is something I think is there for everybody. There are multiple irrigating co-ops already in existence, and I've met with a couple other groups who are also looking to get their projects approved and going. This is bigger than just a couple farmers or ranchers close to the lake. This is about a vision to see Saskatchewan continue to grow its reputation as the breadbasket of the world. So these are three very quick and easy wins that I think the government could take and have passed and have done before this summer that would get us going in the right direction, that would be a signal both to the West but also to the private industry as we're open to doing business. So thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate me being able to bend your ear and talk about a few things that I think are important for Saskatchewan, that we can get some wins for you at the federal level. And I look forward to hearing how the rest of today goes. And thanks again for inviting me to join you here today. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Next up, I would like to invite Sheila Kiesig to the stage. Sheila started her training at the RM of Tullymet number 216 with the office located between Ituna and Balcarres in 2005. After receiving her Rural Class C certificate, she was hired as the administrator of the RM of Tullymet number 216 in November 2006 upon the retirement of the previous administrator. In 2010, Sheila received her Rural Class A certificate. She was elected to the RMAA board in 2013 as director for Division 1 and then elected as vice president in 2020 and president in 2024. Please join me in welcoming Sheila.
Thank you so much, Sabine. Before we get started, I'm going to call up Amanda Baumgartner. She is the chair of the provincial curling this year. As Sheila said, my name is Amanda Baumgartner, and I'm the Division 1 Director for the RMAA and the Chair of the Curling Committee. I really want to start off by saying a huge thank you to every RM who put a team together and participated in our division bonspiels. They're great events. Everyone had a lot of fun, and getting together with our peers is always such a great time. I want to congratulate the 6 division winners. Division 1 was RM of Willowdale, number 153. Division 2, RM of Wood River, number 74. Division 3 was RM of Pie Pot, number 110. Division 4, RM of Spalding, number 368. Division 5, RM of Three Lakes, number 400. And Division 6, RM of Tramping Lake, number 380. So congratulations again on your wins. The finals were held Monday at the Caledonian Curling Club here in Regina. It was a great day. The final game was played by the RM of Wood River, number 74, and the RM of Tramping Lake, number 380. And we'd like to say a huge congratulations to the 2026 RMAA Curling Bonspiel winner, RM of Wood River, number 74.
Thanks, Amanda. Having been given the privilege to serve as president of the RMAA, I feel honored to address this assembly on behalf of our association. In my role, I find each and every day provides something new to learn. And isn't that so important, to learn and grow in your municipal capacity, however that may look to each of you. I am so enjoying being part of this great group of like-minded individuals discussing all things Saskatchewan, especially agriculture and local government, my biggest passions in life. I want to begin by thanking the Convention Committee at SARM for allowing us to update the membership on what the RMAA has been actively working on. 2025 was a year of change. If I were to sum it up, that would be how it was. We started the year with 3 new inspectors going into the offices, giving advanced certificates to our administrators, either an A or a Superior A. Glenda Giles, Lori McDonald, and Fern Lucas are literally the best of the best, using their experience and knowledge to inspect offices for advancing administrators. We, as an association, have complete faith in these inspectors to uphold our professional standards. At our annual convention in May, we saw 4 new board members join us. They too bring new insight and refreshing ideas to the table, and I look forward to working with each of them over the next few years. Also during our convention, we heard from our executive director, Rose Zimmer, announce her plans for retirement. This being Rose's last SARM convention that she'll be attending, as her last day in her office is next Friday. While we will all miss Rose's diplomatic and to-the-point letters and phone calls, we are happy to announce Jill Palachuk taking on the role as of June 1st this year, a transition that we have facilitated since fall in order to have a seamless transition. We are looking forward to working with Jill. She will be amazing at filling in Rose's big shoes. We're not scared of the transition at all, are we, Jill? Another change that we've had, since Jill will be stepping down from Board of Examiners Secretary, we have hired Raylene Checkley to move into that role in June. Big shoes to fill in both these positions, but we have the utmost confidence in these two. I truly cannot say enough great things about our board and all the people that work hard to keep our members up to date on all things rural municipal administration. At this time, I'd like to introduce our RMA board that are in attendance today. This board works tirelessly for our members and in turn to you, the SARM members. Amanda Baumgartner, Division 1 Director, RM of Golden West, 95. Raylene Checkley, Division 3 Director, RM of Enterprise, number 142. Jamie Orr, Division 4 Director, RM of Connaught, number 457. Trent Sim, Division 5 Director, RM of Rudy, number 284. Bill Huber, ex officio, RM of Tullymet, number 216, and RM of Lipton, 217. I think Bill's gone somewhere busy. Michelle Beekler, Vice President, RM of Peyton, number 470. Rose Zimmer, Executive Director, RM of Wolseley, number 155. And Jill Palachuk, incoming Executive Director, RM of St. Andrews, number 287. Let's give these board members, oh, I'm sorry, one more, Guy Legranger, past president. Let's give our board members a round of applause. Our board members surely could not serve without the support of their councils. So with that, I thank you. Any administrator that expresses an interest in serving on this board, I would encourage councils to support them. I want to ensure all SARM members that the RMAA continues to be a forward-thinking organization. We are a passionate group that strives to improve and gain more knowledge in our field, and at the end of the day, all rural municipalities can rest assured someone is looking out for their best interest. A bit of big news that we like to share during our time here is to announce this year's Lou Jacobs Award winner. This prestigious award is presented at our annual convention held in May to the most deserving person that has made many positive impacts in the RMA world. I'm pleased to announce our 2026 recipient is Fern Lucas, former administrator of RM of Tisdale number 427. Fern was chosen for this award for her dedication to rural municipal administrators and rural Saskatchewan. Having served as Director of Division 4 on the RMA board from 2015 to 2019, Fern retired from the RM of Tisdale, number 427, in 2019, having served in the rural municipal admin roles for 40 years. Fern has always showed one of her best qualities, her passion for rural Saskatchewan. I'm sure anyone that has served with Fern or has worked with Fern in any capacity will agree with me. Congratulations to Fern Lucas on this achievement, and we look forward to celebrating with her in May. I'll leave this here, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of your convention. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much, Sheila. Next up, I'd like to welcome from Municipal Hail Insurance, Foster Warrener. Foster is a third-generation farmer from RM number 33 Moose Creek near Alameda. He's a past councillor and has served on the SMHI Board of Directors for 31 years and is currently the Vice President. Please join me in welcoming Foster.
Good afternoon. Whoa, that mic actually works. Our president, Jason Friesen, would normally deliver these remarks, but he's not able to be here today, so it's my privilege to speak in his stead. I want to first introduce you to our directors. We have the ones that were re-elected yesterday, Murray Purcell from RM Pike Lake, Joselle Roberstad from Chaplin, and of course, Jason himself was re-elected yesterday. Our other directors, Pauline Zeal-Grimsrud from Torquay, our third member of the executive, Blair Cummins from the RM of Blucher, who in his spare time, he's a SARM director, and John Wagner from Maple Creek, RM of Piapot, Morris Berry from Storthoaks, and Kurt Winnie from Choiceland. I think maybe Kurt has hit the road home. And I want to introduce some of our capable staff, our long-serving CEO, Rodney Shetler. And I think a lot of you have, well, I mean, he's been around here a really long time. And then Mark Holfeld, our COO, and Lise Nargang, our office manager, and Marcus Everdink, hope I got that right, he's our assistant claims manager, And he tells me that he has Googled his own name. I don't know if anybody else has ever done that. And no one else in the world has that name. So if you know one, Marcus Everdink, you know the only one. We're lucky we have a great staff that do their jobs very effectively. I want to start with a story about a hail adjuster, because we really depend on our team of hail adjusters. So there was a girl growing up on a farm. She wanted a new saddle for her horse. Nuts about horses. I don't know if you know any young women like that, but there's a few. And so she asked her folks, I need a new saddle. And they said, oh, saddles are a bit of money. You better raise a bunch of that money yourself if you expect us to put any in. And she said, well, how? She said, well, there's an awful lot of trucks going by on that grid road. Set up a lemonade stand. So she did the math. Well, that was going to be a fair bit of lemonade. So she set up out there a great big sign that said, all the lemonade you can drink for $1. Well, as it turns out, a hail adjuster was working in the area, big fella, carrying a little bit of extra around the waist, and he'd spent the whole day tromping through canola that high. So he was thirsty. And he saw that sign, pulled in, and set down his $1, and she handed him a glass of lemonade. And he knocked it back, said, that was great. I'll have another. She said, that'll be another $1. And he said, wait a second. Your sign says all the lemonade you can drink for $1. She says, that's right. That's all the lemonade you can drink for $1. Now, in terms of my remarks to you, I could give you a whole lot of numbers, but I suspect very few people want to hear that. Instead, I'll give you the high points. Municipal hail had a great year. While some storms were pretty intense, the overall number of them was not exceptional. And this allowed us to increase our reserves rather than using them up. Farmers, including many of you, trusted us with their business. And our adjusting team, even the thirsty ones, did a great job and continued to seek to improve the claims process. And we seek to continue to build that team, and there are opportunities available. So if you or someone you know has some summer time available and you like to talk to farmers and you can count to 50, then talk to Rodney or Mark, and they've got application forms at the booth. Municipal Hail continues to harness and pioneer new technology to increase accuracy and the timeliness of claims. Now, our CEO, Rodney Shetler, sets the rates as low as possible. He's aiming for break even every year. And he bases that on the history of the hailstorms in that township and the area surrounding it. Now, as all of us know, sometimes other companies will offer cheaper rates. It's important to note that sometimes those rates are limited to a small amount of available coverage, and quite often they sell out pretty quickly. Municipal Hail, by legislation and by its mission, cannot do that. It's compelled to provide coverage to everybody that comes, not just a select few. Another thing that is significant to note is that of all the hail companies that are out there operating, there's only 2 that are Canadian, ourselves and the co-op people. Now, clearly, we're very strongly rooted in Saskatchewan, but a lot of them are based in the United States, and their profits are targeted towards their American shareholders. In contrast, Municipal Hail is controlled by the RMs of Saskatchewan. You as councillors name Hail delegates who come to our annual meeting, and elect directors, and we as directors work with Rodney to guide the company. Now the directors work with Rod and Mark and help to set the course of the company and ensure that the needs of the farmers are heard and acted upon. This is a very unique model in the world of insurance, and we can be pretty proud to be part of it. By legislation, the company is set up not to gain profit, but to ensure coverage and serve farmers. The building of a surplus on quiet hail years gives financial strength that allows Municipal Hail to sell farmers the amount of insurance they need through the parent company, SMHI, through the subsidiary, Additional Municipal, and the online company, Prairie Municipal. Also want to take a second to give a special thanks to the RM administrators who have a big role in selling the product, and of course, to all the farmers who use it. As all of us know, prices are going up on just about everything, and those higher costs go right to the per acre cost of growing a crop. Nothing new about that. As time goes on, farmers are buying more hail insurance to cover the potential loss of those expenses if a storm hits at the wrong time. The amount that farmers will need in 5 or 10 or 20 years is likely going to be higher yet. Municipal Hail uses its retained earning reserves to be able to safely sell more hail insurance. Municipal Hail intends to be there to sell as much coverage as it's going to be needed, whether it's going to be 500 or 1,000. Someday we may be selling $2,000 an acre. We continue to find ways to do that within the provincial legislation and careful planning. We have a proud history and a bright future. This is your company, and it's ready for business. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks so much. Sorry. Okay, we're going to keep things going here, but a quick reminder of our network breakfast that's beginning tomorrow at 8 a.m. There is a Cabo trip that is up to be won tomorrow, but you have to be here for the breakfast. So again, join us tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. for that. Next up, I would like to invite Chris Prosick, APAS Vice President, to join us on stage for a few words. Chris manages 4 Mile Partnership, a business-first family farm operation at Fillmore. Along with his wife, Paige, parents Rick and Vicky, and extended farm team, they grow small grains. Chris has worked with Farming Smarter, Cargill, top-notch farm supply and research sales, agronomy, grain buying, procurement, and management in both Alberta and Saskatchewan. He believes in having various voices from multiple sides of the industry at the table, and that collaboration is the only way to move our agendas forward into the future. Efficiency, diplomacy, and humility are values instilled by his most prized mentors, and he hopes to bring that to his role with APAS. Please join me in welcoming Chris.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today. President Bill Perbilski sends his regrets for not being able to be here. He got a call yesterday or last week to go and present to the House of Commons Standing Committee on International Trade. So he's en route to Ottawa right now to present to that group. So, I guess I'm next man up, and sucks to be you guys. So. As was introduced, I'm Chris Prosick. I'm one of the vice presidents of APAS. And over the next few minutes, I wanted to share, who APAS is, what we do, and why it matters to our RM and ratepayers. So who is APAS? We are Saskatchewan's only general farm organization representing producers of every commodity across 139 municipalities and growing. Our policy direction isn't set by industry lobbyists or government officials. It's set by local producers like you and the people in your RM. Together, we represent the collective power of thousands of Saskatchewan farmers and ranchers. That's a voice government can't ignore. What makes APAS different is our grassroots connection. Every member RM chooses their own APAS representative, so local issues make it all the way to the provincial and the federal stage. We're nonpartisan and we're independent. We work with all levels of government, regardless of who is in power. And we understand RM priorities because many of our directors, representatives, including myself, sit in your chairs. Just in the room here, I've seen several reps that are here from APAS and Reeves and whatnot, so it's nice to see everyone. So what does APAS do? We don't just complain about problems, we fund and create independent research to find real solutions. We take the reality that your producers face every day at the farm gate, and we translate that into policy language that Ottawa and Regina politicians and bureaucrats can understand. And this approach works. Our persistent, data-driven advocacy was instrumental in getting the rail carbon surcharge. We just completed work with the Sask Crops Group on export sales reporting that's going to, if adopted, will end up being close to $50 million back into producers' hands once it gets adopted. That's real money back in producers' pockets. Beyond advocacy, APAS delivers direct value to our ratepayers. RM membership gives every ratepayer access to APAS rewards programs, thousands in savings on vehicles, insurance, clothing, hotels, and more. And we're also investing in the next generation through our APAS Young Leaders program. Here's the bottom line. The most important thing your APAS membership provides for your RM is a professional lobbying team and a seat at the highest decision makings in the country. It's the best return on investment in agriculture. A few things, big issues that we're working on. I was joking with Carla and Trent and a few others. It seems like once you get one issue contained, three more pop up. I see Bill, I think we're all feeling that, where you can't get a control on any of them. So first, we're pushing for improvements to the business risk management programs through our work with the Next Policy Framework Task Force, especially for livestock and mixed farms. You know, I think those have been sorely left out of previous programs in the past, and we're looking to put forward recommendations that change that. Second, we're about to start a new research project that takes a deep dive into farmland ownership transparency in Saskatchewan. A couple numbers to throw at you. By 2033, 40% of Canadian farmers are expected to retire. 75% of Canadian farmland, over $500 billion, to change hands in the next 10 years. That's why we need to do farmland ownership properly. You know, our project is aiming to look at the policies around it for the next generation to make sure we have the right things in place to support that group. And of course, there's another important new issue. The federal government recently made cuts to research farms in Saskatchewan and Alberta, which hurts the future competitiveness of Saskatchewan farmers. Last issue that, 5 minutes doesn't give a whole lot in terms of all the issues that are out there to spend time on is, it's popped up the last couple of months, is CFIA. We're meeting with CFIA at the end of the month virtually to start engaging on what the consultation process should look like. An APAS membership is a vote for growth. Don't let your producers' voices be silent. Come visit us at booth 45 in the trade show. Talk to me. I'll be around the rest of the day at the booth. They're mingling throughout. Or find Dion or Curtis or APAS staff and ask how your RM can join APAS today. Let's work together to create a thriving agriculture economy and stronger Saskatchewan. Our message in Ottawa a couple weeks ago was, let ag be the way out. We're facing a lot of financial pressures as a country. Let's turn ag loose and let's support ag in a way that encourages all of us to be successful. Thank you very much and have a great rest of the day.
All right, thanks so much, Chris. I believe now we're going to take some time for a networking break as we set up for resolutions. That'll be starting at 3 p.m. So coffee and snacks are being served in the foyer outside, and then we'll reconvene here at 3 p.m. And also just a reminder again to visit the trade show and get your 50/50 tickets that are being sold until 4 p.m. today. They will not be sold in the morning. Enjoy your break, and we'll be back at 3 o'clock. All right. Welcome back. Hopefully you had a nice little break there. We're going to get things going with the resolutions now. So as we welcome Laurel Felton and Bill Huber to facilitate chair the resolution sessions, I would ask you now to please have your voting devices ready, as we're going to do a test shortly. So I'm going to hand it over to Bill and Laurel to take over.
Thanks, Sabine, much appreciated. Okay, everybody, here comes the fun part. It's time for resolutions. So yeah, please get your voting devices out and ready. So good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed the presentations today and are ready to start voting. I'm going to run through some important instructions regarding the resolution session today before I turn it over to our resolutions chair, SARM President Bill Huber. So first off, I want to thank our sponsor for the resolution timer, which is Perlinger Group Benefits Limited. So thank you very much for your sponsorship. Each resolution will be read and shown on the screens today. So please note, if more than one RM is sponsoring a resolution, only the submitting RM's name will be read. As well, please note that the following error in the printed convention guide. Resolution 9-26A should include the RM of Lumsden, number 189, as a co-sponsor, and Resolution 21-26A should not include the RM of Lumsden, number 189, as a co-sponsor. So I'd just like to apologize for that error, but please make note of that in your guide. So the mover will be provided 3 minutes to speak to the resolutions. There will be a timer on the screens, so please be aware of how much time you have remaining. President Huber will also be giving us a 30-second warning. Once the mover has spoken, the floor is open for debate. You must be a member, this is important, a member of council or administrator with permission of council to speak for or against a resolution. You then will have 2 minutes to speak. Again, there will be a timer on the screen, so once again, Bill will warn you when it's 30 seconds remaining. Once all debate has concluded, the resolution chair, Bill Huber, will then call for the vote. I'm Liam Terry from Data on the Spot. Is just over there. He's going to come up and provide some instructions on voting for resolutions. So Liam, please come on up.
Hello, everybody.
Oh,
so if you are a voting member, you should have one of these clickers in front of you on a red lanyard. Now, once a vote is opened, you are going to be able to cast your vote using the buttons on screen. So we're going to launch a test vote, and when it's time, you'll see the responses on screen, but for the resolution session, it's going to be 1/A for in favor and 2/B for opposed. You should get a green flash on the little LED in the corner of your screen if your vote has gone through successfully. If you're getting a red flash, that means your vote has not gone through, and just verify that the vote is actually open and it's time to vote. Otherwise, if you hear that timer going and the music playing and you're getting that red error, then please just raise your hand or come up to me and I will help you out. And we're just gonna get that test vote on screen. Perfect. So everyone can now cast their vote. In this case, it's gonna be 1/A for dogs and 2/B for cats. All right, that concludes our test question.
I think there we go. Thank you for that test question. I'd say we're in a good spot to continue. So with that, the resolution chair is going to walk us through the process for each resolution. So that'll be Bill. He'll take us through that shortly. But at this time, before we get started, I'd like to recognize the 2026 Resolutions Committee with representation from each of the 6 SARM divisions. So we have our chairperson, Darren Steinley, who is SARM's vice president and the arm of Excelsior number 166. For Division 1, we have James Husband from the arm of Hazelwood, number 94. For Division 2, we have Joselle Roberstad, Arm of Chaplain, number 164. Division 3 is Grace Potter, Arm of Gull Lake, number 139. Division 4, Harvey Milanowicz, Arm of Sliding Hills, number 273. Division 5 is Wendy Trask, Arm of Corman Park, number 344. And for Division 6, we have Leslie Clark, Arm of Parkdale, number 498. So with that, I'll now turn it over to our Resolutions Chair, President Huber.
Thank you very much, Laurel. I'm pleased to serve as the chairperson for this year's resolution session. Our first order of business will be a motion to appoint a parliamentarian for this resolution session. Okay, I will read the resolution. Be it resolved that Jenna Shambrook and Adrian Toth of the SARM Legal Department act as parliamentarians for the resolution session. Could I have a mover for that resolution? RM of Emerald, number 7277. Thank you. Any discussion on the resolution? If not, I will call for the vote. Just hang on. Here it comes. Okay, that's 95.3% in favor, so that resolution is carried. So at this time, I would just like to introduce Jenna Sambrook and Adrian Toth from the SARM Legal Department, and just welcome them here and thank them for their volunteering to be part of this. Thank you very much. Okay, we will now move on to resolution number 1-25M.
Resolution 125M, Healthcare Scholarship Fund, passed as amended from 2025 SARM Midterm Convention. RM of Gull Lake, number 139, submitting RM. Be it resolved that SARM implement a scholarship program open to any rural student in the 6 SARM divisions, progressing into the medical field, entering any healthcare-related field of study.
Okay, I welcome a representative of the mover to speak to the resolution. I'm sorry, we need a mover to move that resolution, please. My apologies. So if nobody moves the resolution, it will be withdrawn. I'll ask once again, is there anyone, microphone number 2?
RM Argyle.
You move the resolution?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I now open for debate. Anybody wishes to speak for or against this resolution? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. All in favor of resolution number 1-25M. Okay, the resolution is carried by 87.76%. Okay, we will move on to resolution number 1-26A.
Resolution 126A, Consolidation of SARM Convention into one annual convention. RM of Weyburn, number 67. Be it resolved that SARM discontinue the practice of holding 2 conventions annually and instead hold 1 annual convention. Be it further resolved that the annual convention be extended by 1 additional day to accommodate all required business, education, networking, and trade show activities.
Okay, could I have someone move that resolution, please?
I would like to move this resolution. I think it speaks for itself.
Okay, RM number, please, and name. I need your RM number. And
Arm of Weyburn, number 67.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak to the resolution?
No thanks. I think it speaks for itself.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak for it or against the resolution? Microphone number 3.
Hall 277. This resolution I'm really torn on. I get the reason why they're saying get down to 1, but if we look at the number of resolutions we had in the midterm and now this, you try and get through all those resolutions, there's going to be a whole bunch of brain dead people after that because it gets to be really heavy. So I worry about that, but to stay with 2, we're going to have to revamp this one to make it more worthwhile and more meaningful for everybody. So let's keep it as 2 for now.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
Larry Grant, of the RM of Elmarie. The SARM board relies on feedback from its members. If you have one convention a year, you're a full year with no feedback from your members. We need 2 conventions a year to have proper feedback from our members, and that gives 6 months between each convention. I urge you to oppose this resolution.
Okay, thank you. Microphone number 3.
Paul Hageland, Councillor, Division 5, RM of Reno.
Thank you.
I'm one of the guys that ends up staying what I've been calling the bitter end, usually on Thursday, and it gets pretty empty by noon, and not all that full in the morning either. If we added another day, would anybody come? Or is it just the last day everybody quits? As far as the first part of the resolution, not saying one thing way or the other, but I don't like the idea of adding another day to this main convention.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, I see someone going to microphone number 1. Mic 1?
Thad Trefiak, RM 247. Yeah, in my opinion, and I appreciate there's a number of opinions. It's difficult with the 2 resolves, but I think this organization would be better served by having more regional discussions within our districts once a year, depending on the time, and moving to one annual meeting.
What RM is he from?
I'll use the Regina District Association as an example. It's a very effective couple days for the RMs that belong to that. And I think if we could expand that throughout the 6 districts, and there may already be, but in this day and age, there shouldn't be any problem giving feedback to our board. I mean, we don't have to have a meeting to express an opinion as an RM or as a group of RMs that gather within the province. So I'm in support of the resolution.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to microphone number 3 first.
So Jeremy Welter-Reeve in the RM of Mariposa. I would speak against this motion again. I think in the world we live in today where things change so quickly, meeting once a year to give the SARM board direction is probably not the best idea. It's hard to put the horse back in the barn when it's 10 miles down the road, and I think that we've seen that in a number of different sectors. I would urge everyone to vote this motion down. I think we need to meet more than once a year.
So what was your RM number?
Sorry, 350, Mariposa.
Okay, thank you. I'll recognize microphone number 2.
Hildebrand, RM 181. Just a bit of a compromise. I agree with the gentleman from the Southwest that we need 6 months, but I look at the cost of these. Can we not do a midterm Zoom where we can all participate from our chambers? We can vote, I'm sure, through electronics. We can deal with resolutions. It's got to be a terrific amount of cost and just a compromise idea.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else to speak for or against the resolution? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. Okay, the resolution is defeated because it has to pass by 2/3 of the vote. Okay, we will move on to resolution number 2-26A.
Resolution 226A, Operator Apprenticeship Program, RM of Fish Creek number 402. Be it resolved that SARM explore creating an apprenticeship program with a technical institute whereby qualified trained persons could be hired to work in Saskatchewan's rural municipalities. Be it further resolved that these employees may qualify to train other employees for the rural municipality they work in.
Okay, would somebody care to move that resolution? Okay, I see someone coming to microphone number 2.
Sorry, Ryan Sawicki, Reeve, RM 402.
I couldn't hear, sorry?
Ryan Sawicki, Reeve for 402.
402, thank you.
Just want to move it, nothing to
Okay,
speak to it.
do you want to speak to the motion?
Don't need to, it speaks for itself.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone want to speak for or against the resolution? One more time. Does anyone want to speak to this resolution? Okay, seeing none, we will call for the vote. Okay, that resolution passes 74.8 to 25.1. Okay, we will move on to resolution number 3-26A.
Resolution 326A, Audit Flexibility for Public Utility Boards, RM of Mervyn number 499. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to amend the Municipalities Act and/or related regulations to allow public utility boards the option of completing either a full audit or a financial review engagement based on criteria such as revenue thresholds, debt levels, or risk exposure. Be it further resolved that SARM work with the Ministry of Government Relations to develop clear, consistent provincial guidelines outlining when a public utility board must undertake a full audit versus when a review engagement would be deemed sufficient, ensuring accountability while reducing unnecessary financial burden on rural ratepayers.
Okay, does someone want to speak to the resolution? Or move it, I'm sorry.
Gordon Spencer, RM of Mervyn, number 499.
Okay, thank
we
you.
have a couple of utility boards, water boards, and for 10 years they've been telling me that their highest expense, overwhelming expense, has been the audit. And they are at a point where they can't afford to do it anymore, and I think we have to do something about it so they can govern themselves.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else to speak for or against the resolution? Okay. If not, I'll call for the vote. Okay, that motion carries 77% to 22. Resolution number 4-26A.
Resolution 426A, streamlining legislative requirements for abandoned hamlets and owned and operated RM lands. RM of Mervyn, number 499, submitting RM. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to streamline and simplify legislative and regulatory requirements related to addressing abandoned hamlets and owned and operated RM lands by granting the authority to bypass and/or expedite ministerial and interministry approval processes when closing roads, changing parcel classifications, consolidating parcels, or otherwise repurposing municipally owned lands within abandoned hamlets or owned and operated RM lands, where such lands are proposed to be utilized for municipal purposes.
Thank you. Somebody move this resolution. Microphone number 1.
Gordon Spencer, Deputy Reeve, RM of Mervyn, number 499. We've got some land that we've tried to incorporate into the RM, and the red tape is just ridiculous. And if we could get something done to speed things up, it would make life easier for every RM, I'm sure of it.
Thank you. Anyone else speak in favor or against this resolution? Okay, seeing none, we will call for the vote. That motion passes 93.4 to 6.5. We will move on to resolution number 5-26A.
Resolution 526A, Candidate Residency Requirement for Municipal Elections. RM of Edenwold, number 158. Be it resolved, SARM lobby the provincial government to amend the Local Government Elections Act, 2015, to grant rural municipalities the optional authority, through their general election bylaw, to establish additional eligibility criteria for division councillor candidates, which could include the requirement that a candidate must either reside in the division they seek to represent or be the registered or assessed owner of property located within that division.
Somebody like to move that resolution? Microphone number 1.
Al Trainer, RM of Edenwald, number 158. I move the motion.
Do you care to speak in favor or against the motion?
In favor. This resolution seeks to strengthen local representation by ensuring candidates for municipal council have a direct and vested interest in the division they aim to represent. For municipalities with large and diverse populations, residency or property ownership requirements help maintain accountability and familiarity with local issues. Recognizing that some municipalities face challenges with candidate availability, this resolution also proposes an alternative approach, granting councils the authority to waive division-specific residency requirements by bylaw and open candidacy to all divisions through their general election bylaw. This option provides flexibility for municipalities with smaller populations or limited candidate interest while maintaining compliance with provincial legislation.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for the vote. Okay, that motion is carried, 54.8 to 45.1. We will now move on to resolution number 6-26A.
Resolution 626A, Voting Eligibility for Partners in Farm Partnerships. RM of Edenwold, number 158. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to amend Section 36 of the Local Government Elections Act, 2015, to define voter eligibility in a farm partnership.
Okay, somebody care to move that resolution?
Al Trainer, RM of Edenwald, Reeve, number 158. I move the motion.
Okay. Care to speak to the motion?
Yes. Farm partnerships are becoming a common structure for family farms and succession planning. Under current legislation, voting eligibility in rural municipalities is limited to residents, landowners, spouses of eligible voters, and CEOs of corporations or cooperatives assessed in the RM tax roll. Partnerships, however, are not recognized in the Act. This creates a gap where partners in farm partnership who may live in a nearby town or another RM cannot vote in the RM where their farming operation is assessed, even though they have significant land ownership. This is inconsistent with the treatment of corporations where a CAO is granted voting rights. Amended in Section 36 to include partners in farm partnerships would ensure fairness, reflect modern farm business structures, and strengthen representation for those actively involved in rural economies. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else care to speak to the resolution? Okay, seeing no one at the mics, I'll call for the vote. Okay, that motion passes 71.2 to 28.7. We will move on to resolution number 726A.
Resolution 726A, restructuring of villages into rural municipalities, RM of Langenburg, number 181. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to impose an immediate freeze on all ministers' orders relating to village restructuring until a comprehensive review of the viability of the affected municipalities in Saskatchewan is done to evaluate the need for legislation and policies changes to be reflective of the findings on the future needs of municipalities. Be it further resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government for changes from the municipal revenue sharing contributions to the CIT funding capital grant program, in which urbans must contribute and all municipalities can apply. Be it further resolved that the provincial government should retain the environmental responsibilities and liabilities, as well as the infrastructure capital responsibilities and liabilities of these villages.
Okay, someone to move that resolution? Microphone number 2.
Terry Hildebrand, RM Langeburg, 181.
Do you care to speak to the resolution?
Yes, I'd just like to acknowledge the work that Bill and Laurel and the SARM board has already done on this file. You should know the SARM board has written a letter to the Minister of Government Relations asking for this freeze and for this review. You should see the last, therefore, they've already accomplished by being in meetings with the SUMA board. So we appreciate that and we thank that. The big one we want here, I think, is the bottom one. So we want to keep your feet to the fire on this bill, that you keep advocating for that by reviewing the last whereas. You know, the restructuring of this is going to put pressure on rural seats. We didn't sign up to look after water and sewer systems or derelict houses, and there's a bit of trouble filling rural seats already because of less farmers and so on. So please get the bottom therefore done for us and the review so it can be done properly and get away from this forcing policy that we're under now.
Okay, thank you, Terry. I'll recognize microphone number 3.
John Wagner, RM of Piapot. We talked about this in the breakout yesterday, and one of the concerns, and first of all, thank you, SARM and SUMA, for what you've done and the more monies towards the transition thing. But the problem lies in some of these regulations that are coming down, and these people in these small towns are good people. They're friends or relatives, but they're getting hit with bills on garbage or landfills and that $1 million, you know, to shut the thing down, decommission it. Moving houses, they got to haul them away to demolish a house. You know, all that water, sewer, they can't afford it. So in government, if you're doing this stuff, you better figure out how you're going to pay for it. So breaking the little town and then trying to put that onto the RM isn't the solution. You know, we got to stop this where we're spending all this money and thousands of dollars on things that there are cheaper ways to do it. So thank you. I hope you vote for this, and let's have a review to see what we can do to help these people.
Thank you, John. Any further discussion? If not, I'm going to call for the vote. Okay, that resolution passes 96.8% to 3.1. Carried. We will move on to resolution number 8-26A.
Resolution 826A, Renewable Power Generation, Separate Property Class, RM of Lake of the Rivers, number 72. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to establish a separate property class for renewable power generation, thereby providing rural municipalities greater flexibility to apply tax tools specific to this property class. Be it further resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government, specifically the Minister of Government Relations, to ensure that the Saskatchewan Assessment Manual valuation of $365,000 per megawatt for wind turbines accurately reflects the value of existing and future wind farm developments in Saskatchewan.
Okay, can we have a mover for that resolution? Yes, microphone number 4.
Yeah, Cole Pan from RM 72. Yeah, we have a new windmill site here, and you know, it came with all the promises, the tax revenue and everything else within. And just this last year, they had a 27% reduction in their tax rate. Since they're classified with commercial, there's no way to recoup those losses. It's $200,000 in revenue for our RM and $108,000 in school taxes that they're now getting out of having to pay. I just don't think this is fair. It wasn't like kind of the agreement when things started. And I just have to wonder how they got a reduction of 27%. And I don't know if anybody here knows anything that's dropped 30% in costs in the last 10 years, but it seems suspicious. And we just need another way to look at this.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to speak for or against the resolution? Okay, I recognize microphone number 3.
Paul Heglin, Division 5, RM of Reno, 51. If you break, you're starting to subclass the commercial, where does it end? I mean, you could start saying, well, this should be separate commercial class 2, and this should be a separate. I don't know why we'd be just choosing wind energy to be separate, then the next thing will be whatever. I don't think it's a good idea.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I recognize microphone number 4. Okay, so if you speak to this resolution, you close debate on it.
Yep. No, I understand the fracturing and having more and more, I understand the idea behind that. And truly the best way to do it would to have an accurate representation of per megawatt hour, not to have a reduction that just goes in the pocket of the windmill companies. SaskPower is still paying the same rates for the power. I would imagine this isn't going to change anything on the other side. It only affects them. Windmills are, they're a part of this, everybody has their own take on it. And the fact that they can start paying less, it's one of the only good things that come out of these windmills is the revenue and the ability to alleviate tax base on people like us. So ideally, we wouldn't want to have a separate class. We would just want the fair assessment, the one that has been on the table the whole time. But I just like to have everybody think that one of these options should be a way to do it. It's not just us that this affects. I'm sure there's a lot of RMs in the same situation.
Okay, thank you. So that closes the debate on this resolution. I will call for the vote. Okay, that resolution is carried. It passes by 81.9% to 18.1. Okay, we will move on to resolution number 9-26A.
Resolution 926A, National Building Code, Water Supply, RM of Dufferin, number 190. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to amend the building code regulations to exclude this provision of the NBC.
Okay, would somebody like to move that resolution? Yes, recognizing microphone number 1.
Brian Weisbrod, Reeve of the RM of Dufferin 190.
Okay.
And after submitting a building permit application for a large commercial building, our building inspectors have identified the proposed building will come within Part 3 of NBC, National Building Code. The RM either has to sign off that they are satisfied with the fire department operations and capabilities are to support an emergency fire response to this structure, or require the developer to have their own alternative water source that would be accessible to the fire department under all climatic conditions. Our RM has mutual aid with several surrounding volunteer fire departments who may or may not be able to respond. Requiring an alternative water source that would be available in all the weather conditions poses many challenges, especially in the winter months. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak for or against the resolution? Seeing no one, I will call for the vote. Okay, that resolution is carried, 78.8 to 21.1. Okay, we will move on to resolution 10-26A.
Resolution 1026A, Ministry of Highways purchased lands for right-of-ways, RM of Blucher, number 343. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the Ministry of Highways to consult with municipalities regarding zoning and valuation of said lands. Be it further resolved that the excess land be offered back to the previous owner at the original purchase price.
Okay, do you care to move that resolution?
Jim Appelt, Blucher, 343.
Thank you. Do you want to speak to the motion?
Yes.
To the resolution?
We've had a twinning of the highway go through the RM, and there's an old weigh scale there that they've sold off, and now the guy that's bought it on the second time is not in compliance of the bylaws, and we've spent over $50,000 fighting them, and we've won all the appeals, and we still can't get them out of there. So, passes.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak to the resolution? No one else? Okay, I will call for the question. Okay, this resolution passes 93.6%. Okay, moving to resolution number 11-26A.
Resolution 1126A, Ministry of Highways Weed Control, RM of Blucher, number 343. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the Ministry of Highways to compensate rural municipalities for the cost that they incur to deal with noxious weeds in the MOH's right-of-ways.
Okay, I see someone at microphone number 2.
Blair Cummins, Reeve of the RM of Blucher, 343. I'd like to move this and speak to it.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, this all started when a utility plowed through the ditch on number 5 highway and spread a patch of abscess a long way through the ditches. Our weed control officer had been working on that patch and the patches that were on private land, and this just spread it. So he did eventually, through some effort, get compensation for the chemical that we used to spray it, but as it says in the whereases, sometimes highways doesn't move really quick on this sort of a problem. So we would just like you to pass this resolution that in the future, that if highways can't get to a noxious weed area in a timely fashion, that the RMs be allowed to go in there and spray it and be fully compensated for their efforts. So.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to speak to the resolution? Okay, seeing no one, I will call for the vote. Okay, that passes 97.7%. Okay, we'll move to resolution number 12-26A.
Resolution 1226A, reimbursement for fire department services on provincial highways. RM of Edenwold, number 158. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to amend relevant provincial policies, either through SGI, the Ministry of Highways, or the Saskatchewan Public Safety Agency, to permit volunteer fire departments and rural municipalities to submit claims for reimbursement of costs incurred, including response time and equipment expenses, when responding to chemical or hazardous material spills on provincial highways, regardless of whether the source of the spill is identified.
Okay, would someone like to move that resolution? Recognizing microphone number 1.
Al Trainer, Reeve, RM of Edenwold, number 158.
Do you care to speak to the resolution?
Yes. This resolution was led by the town of Belgoni, and the RM is supporting what Belgoni has already submitted to SUMA. Last fall, Belgoni dealt with a major hazardous material spill that spread across both the town and the RM. Several volunteer fire departments responded, and the cleanup took more than a full day. The material turned out to be flammable, and the incident required multiple agencies. Cleanup costs were covered, but SGI refused to reimburse fire service costs because the responsible vehicle was never identified. Despite investigations, no culprit was found. This left local fire departments and municipalities paying the bill themselves. Belgoni's resolution and the RM's support asked the province to create a fund or mechanism to cover emergency response costs when no responsible party can be identified. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else want to speak to the resolution? Okay, seeing none, I will call for the vote. Okay, that passes 96.3%. We will move on to resolution number 13-26A.
Resolution 1326A, resolution to establish a commission to remedy derelict rural properties. RM of Browning, number 34. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Community Safety, Ministry of Environment, and Ministry of Government Relations for a joint commission with SARM to investigate financially responsible and feasible solutions to remedy the vast amounts of rural derelict property. Be it further resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government for a moratorium on orders issued against derelict properties in rural municipalities pursuant to the Safer Communities and Neighborhoods Act until the aforementioned commission has been completed.
Somebody like to move that resolution? Recognizing microphone number 1.
Good afternoon, Jaden Carnduff, the administrator for the RM of Browning number 34. I'd like to adopt this resolution. I'm speaking on behalf of council.
Okay, care to speak to the resolution?
I do. I'd like to speak to this resolution. This resolution is born out of our concern around derelict properties. It is not hard for anyone in this room to drive around their RM and find an abandoned yard site. Not only are they dangerous to the general public, they are liabilities to their owners. With current legislation, it is difficult and expensive to clean up legally. The province needs to determine the true scope of this issue, and there needs to be an open dialogue on how to solve this issue feasibly and responsibly. Therefore, we ask for your support in passing this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak to the resolution? Okay, seeing no one going to the microphones, I will call for the vote. Okay, that resolution is carried. It passed by 80.5%. We will move into resolution number 14-26A.
Resolution 1426A, changes to legislation on incineration, RM of Pie Pot number 110. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the Saskatchewan Ministry of Environment to review this legislation as it adversely affects the implementation of reasonably priced incineration projects.
Anyone want to move that resolution? I recognize microphone number 3.
John Wagner, RM of Pie Pot.
Do you care to speak to the resolution,
Sure.
John?
In 1981, it's called the CCME, the Canadian Council of Ministers of Environment, voted to change the furan dioxin levels from 500 picograms per cubic meter down to 80, which is quite significant. And actually, if you go on their web page, their ultimate goal is 0. You really can't burn anything then, and even the cavemen had fire. But regardless, I went to find out where or what study they used to come up with this, and there really isn't one. The only thing I found was that coal burns somewhere around 90, wood without anything on it 70, so I think they just picked the number of 80. So we're asking to have this reviewed and actually hold their feet to the fire. I have no idea how they come up with some of this stuff. I think they do a group hug, do a round of kumbaya, and then vote. But anyways, we're asking to hold their feet to the fire on this. I'd appreciate your support. Thank you.
You have a minute and a half left, John, if you want to say more.
No, I'm fine.
Okay, does anybody else want to speak to the resolution? Okay, I see somebody at microphone number 2.
Hildebrandt, 181. I sat in on the environmental breakout yesterday, and one of the comments by part of the department is, well, maybe we got to regionalize these dump sites more and haul them further and make less sites. For goodness sakes, let's get on with this incinerating. This is a way to properly done to clean this up. Why are we taking up food production land, or even, let's landfill sites and then close them over and let the gas go off them for the next 100 years. There's proper ways of burning this stuff. Other countries are doing it. The ash is going into the ocean and the fish are feeding on it. Let's get this done already. RMs will supply these, will pay for these incinerators around the province, I'm sure, because it's a revenue, the transportation's being paid. 50-mile circle of the city of Yorkton all goes to Yorkton. That pile's getting pretty big. Let's burn it and get rid of it.
Okay, I won't comment. Anyone else want to speak to the resolution? Okay, if not, I'm going to call for the vote. Well, it passed. 97%. Okay, we'll move on to resolution number 16-26A.
Resolution 1526A, Railway Right-of-Way, Environmental, RM of Prairie Rose number 309, submitting RM. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the federal government to ensure that all rail carriers are adhering to policy and obligations in maintaining their right-of-ways from garbage and foliage to help prevent fires.
Okay, I see someone at microphone number 3. Do you care to move this resolution?
Yes, please.
You care to speak to it?
Yes. Darren Peterson, Reeve, the Arm of Prairie Rose 309.
Thank you.
So when we had some regional discussions with neighboring RMs, this was brought to the table again. We know that it's been on this floor in 18 and in 22, but we're seeing little reaction. And Transport Canada is basically saying that it should be a one-on-one discussion with Transport Canada. We're losing the battle, so we thought hopefully having a larger voice might be able to push something forward. I'm a volunteer firefighter. I've been on both rail lines, rotten ties, wire, garbage. The engineers are throwing their garbage out and just leaving laying. It's an absolute mess. It's helping cause the problem, and it's unsafe for the firefighters. So we're asking this to go back to, if SARM can take this back to the feds and try and have some reaction, better reaction. I mean, we don't leave our driveways in a mess. There's no reason why our rail companies can't be doing the same thing and looking after their property.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to speak to the resolution? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Okay, that resolution passes 97.2%. We will move on to resolution number 16-26A.
Resolution 1626A. Foreign investment in farms, farmland. RM of Mancota, number 45. Submitting RM. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to increase the penalties under Section 93 and 93.1 of the Saskatchewan Farm Security Act for foreign investment in Saskatchewan farms and farmland, and to exclude any entity from owning farmland that is in any part financed or owned by any non-Canadian. Be it further resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to direct the FLSB to audit the source of financing for corporations that own or buy farmland in Saskatchewan.
Okay, would somebody care to move that resolution? Recognizing microphone number 2.
Justin Breezebois, RM45 Mancota. Bigger parcels of land are changing hands every year. It's vital that the Farmland Security Board has strong deterrence to prevent foreign investment in Saskatchewan farmland.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else care to speak to the resolution? Okay, I see someone coming to microphone number 3.
Welter 350 Mariposa.
We didn't get that. What was it?
Welter 350 Mariposa.
Thank you.
So by 2033, 40% of Canada's farmers are expected to retire. That gives 75% of Canadian farmland, or over $500 billion, the opportunity to change hands in the next 10 years. 45% of Canada's arable farmland sits in Saskatchewan, and I think we need to do everything we can to protect it. So I would encourage everyone to support this. If it's approved, I would invite SARM to work with APAS on this because we've already got a project started. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else care to speak to the resolution? Okay, seeing no one going to the mics, I'll call for the vote. Okay, that resolution passes by 95%. Moving on to resolution 17-26A.
Resolution 1726A. Municipal Hail Insurance Regulations. RM of Blucher, number 343. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the Ministry of Agriculture to make the following amendment to the Municipal Hail Insurance Regulations. That the MHI regulations be amended to have a section added to ensure that the SMHI maximum indemnity limit is never set at an amount less than the amount set in the previous year. Be it further resolved that SARM lobby the Ministry of Agriculture to make this amendment in time for the 2026 crop hail and fire coverage season.
Seeing someone at microphone 2, do you care to move this resolution?
I do. Blair Cummins, RM of Blucher 343, and in the spirit of full disclosure, I am on the board of directors of Municipal Hail, and I would like to speak to it.
Okay, Permission to speak?
Okay. The spirit of this motion is simply it's for the farmer's benefit. In the last, the formula that's being used by the government to establish our indemnity has caused the indemnity limit in SMHI to go down $50 if the formula stays in place, $50 per acre. So you can do the math on your farm. It's cheaper. It's the cheapest form of insurance that we can sell is to go through SMHI. Because you can get a 4% discount if you pay early, and if you don't want to pay to December 31st, it's interest-free, so you can use your money for other stuff. So you can do the math on your farm, what that $50 an acre, the costs of that, how that's going to translate in what you save by buying municipal hail. Now, fortunately, when the price drops or the indemnity drops, we're not losing the business. It's going to AMHL, so it really doesn't affect our company at all. It affects the farmers. You guys are losing money the more insurance you have to buy through a line company as opposed to SMHI. So we're asking for your support, and we're asking for it to come into effect before you have to buy your hail insurance in 2026.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else care to speak to the resolution? Okay, seeing no one going to the microphones, I will call for the vote. Okay, that resolution passes by 95.4%. Going on to resolution number 18-26A.
Resolution 1826A. Call on federal government to create Export Sales Reporting Program. RM of St. Andrews, number 287. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to collectively lobby Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada to implement an agriculture export sales reporting system in Canada.
Okay, I recognize microphone number 4. Do you care to move this?
Yeah, Stuart Lawrence, Councillor, RMS St. Andrews, number 287, and I'd like to move this motion.
Thank you. Do you care to speak to the resolution?
I would. I'm referencing a study that was commissioned by APAS and the SAS Crops Group that is asking for 3 asks of the federal agriculture minister. 1, to create an export sales reporting program. 2, create a weekly port export loading program. And 3, an annual grain pipeline cost transparency program. The study found that implementation of these 3 items would conservatively add $22.7 million to the Canadian economy, possibly as much as $56 million to the Canadian economy. When you back that off to just Saskatchewan alone, the provincial impact is north of $11 million.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else care to speak to the resolution? Okay, seeing no one, we'll call for the vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, microphone number 3. Apologies.
350 Mariposa. I just wanted to speak in favor of it. I think we all recognize that when you have access to better information, you can make better decisions. So I would urge everyone to support this.
Thank you. Okay, I will call for the vote. Okay, that resolution passes 96%. Okay, moving on to resolution number 19-26A.
Resolution 1926A. Crown Land, Weed Management, RM of Dundurn, number 314. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to establish and fund a full-time provincial position dedicated to the identification, monitoring, and active management of noxious weeds on Crown lands, administered through either the Ministry of Highways and/or the Ministry of Agriculture. Be it further resolved that this position work collaboratively with rural municipalities to coordinate weed control plans on Crown lands, ensure compliance with the Weed Control Act, implement proactive and preventative weed management strategies, and reduce the transfer of weed pressures from Crown lands onto municipal and privately held lands.
Okay, does someone care to move that resolution? I see someone at microphone 1.
Yeah, Craig Baird, RM Addendum 314 with consent of council.
Okay, do you care to speak to the resolution?
No, I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
Okay, does anyone else care to speak to the resolution? No one else? Okay, we'll call for the vote. Okay, that resolution passes 89%. We will move on to resolution number 20-26A.
Resolution 2026A, Grain Producer Contracts, RM of Victory number 226. Be it resolved that SARM lobby Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada to implement standardized grain contract provisions requiring compensation for delayed delivery acceptance that fully reflects the financial costs incurred by producers, including interest and related charges.
Okay, I see someone at microphone number 2. Do you care to move this resolution?
Yes.
Do you care to speak to it?
Yes.
Okay.
Matt Hankey, Reeve, RM Victory 226.
Did we get that? No. Can you say that again, please?
Oh, Matthew Hankey, Victory 226.
Okay, thank you.
We've had a number of younger producers in our municipality affected by grain companies not taking delivery of their grain contracts in the stipulated time frame of the contract. While it's mandated by the Canadian Grain Act that they would receive storage, the storage payments in these contracts is usually very small compared to the total cost of the grain that could be delivered. And it's not a true reflection of the cost for the producer when they incur it, when they can't deliver their grain on time and being paid for that grain. So we just ask that you would support this to get some standardization for producer protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I recognize microphone number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hall 277. You're right, there is the storage and so on in the contracts, but it's also available that you can negotiate that to higher than what they've got there. It may take a lot of work, but it can happen. Some of the bigger advantages to a contract like this is having all of them standard so that, let's say, paragraph A is the grain, paragraph B is the price, and C is the discounts or the premiums, and all of them are the same. So once you've taken it to a lawyer, you don't have to take every company's contract to a lawyer just to see where you're going to get screwed. And that's the other thing about these contracts is that we need to rebalance them so that they're a little bit more, maybe not more in our favor than the grain companies, but a lot closer to equal than where they are now. They are totally in the grain companies' court. And the grain companies use generic contracts when they're working overseas and doing their sales. So it's not like it's foreign to them. They just have the advantage over us right now. And we need to rebalance that. Please vote for. Yes, I know I'm done.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. Okay, that resolution passes 91.2%. We will move on to resolution number 21-26A.
Resolution 2126A, Federal Agricultural Research Facility at Indian Head, RM of Indian Head number 156, submitting RM. Be it resolved that SARM advocate to the federal government for the reversal of its decision concerning the Indian Head Agricultural Research Farm and for the reinstatement of its operations. Be it further resolved that SARM urges the government to give full and due consideration to the economic, agricultural, and community impacts when determining the future of agricultural research infrastructure in Saskatchewan. Be it further resolved that SARM urges the government to recognize that such reductions are inconsistent with Canada's goals for food security and the advancement of agricultural innovation in this country.
Okay, does someone care to move that resolution? Microphone number 1.
Eric Gray, Indian Head number 156, Councillor.
Do you care to speak to the resolution?
Yes, I would.
Okay, do
Please.
so.
So on January 23rd, without any notice, senior management came to the Indian Head Ag Research Farm, called in employees one by one and gave them the opportunity to either transfer to a new site or their jobs would be done within a year. They did this with zero notice, discussion, or consultation with IHARF, who they've also had a formal partnership for 30 years, and or any other parties that were involved. The government plan is to move everything that Indian Head facility does, including the seed increase units, to Outlook or Saskatoon. The federal government is attempting to cut costs. However, shutting down these locations is going to cost both governments and as well as us producers. As noted in the resolution, Indian Head is a well-established research facility. It takes 4 years of isolation to prepare soil to be ready to produce more seed. You can't just go do this anywhere you want. So this is going to take years to rectify. 35% of Saskatchewan RM, so 35% of the people in this room, their soil is best represented by the Indian Head soil type, and another 27% is Scott. So that's a total of 62% of the people in this room, their environmental and soil type is best represented by those two farms, and those are the two that they decided to axe. The University of Saskatchewan did a study, and if a new seed variety of wheat is held back for 1 year, that's $300 million in lost revenue to producers of Canada, and that's in year 1. Most of the wheat growers in this room are growing Starbuck, Brandon, or Eli wheat. These were all developed in part with Indian Head and Scott. And then the multiplication was done there and given out. The other part is that about 50% of the research done on these varieties was paid with our checkoff dollars. Well, it doesn't seem very fair that they're shutting down a program.
You have 30 seconds left.
That they're shutting down a program that all their producers have already put money into. I guess in a world that we're living in with lots of global uncertainty and with Saskatchewan and Canada trying to drive their own economy, to cut back on research spending when we are a global leader in agriculture seems pretty darn ridiculous to me. Thank you.
Thank you. I see someone at microphone number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hall, and this time I'll change it to the right one, 307, not 277. Anyway, I'd like to make an amendment to the first be it resolved that we add in Scott
Okay, do we need
Farm.
the permission of the mover to? The mover has to accept the amendment?
First of all, I have to make it.
Yeah, you got to make it.
Yeah. So I'd like to add in Scott as well as Indian Head. So whether it's and Indian Head or and Scott, doesn't matter.
Okay, Eric, or the representative from Indian Head RM 156, do you accept this?
Yes, I totally agree.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will recognize microphone number 3. Do you want anything else to say?
I hate people that say this, but it's self-explanatory.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, now we will get it up on the screen and we will vote on the amendment. Just the amendment. Okay, there's someone at microphone number 2.
Yeah, so if they want to discuss the amendment, they can. So if Mike 2 wants to discuss that?
Okay, do you want to discuss the amendment?
No, I was going to make a motion to amend as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Then we'll just put it up on the screen.
We'll put it up on the screen then, so we can see the amendment.
Okay, so we've made the amendment, so I'm just going to read the be it resolved that's been amended. So the first one on the screen is be it resolved that SARM advocate to the federal government for the reversal of its decision concerning the Indian Head and Scott Agricultural Research Farms and for the reinstatement of its operations. That's the amended version.
Okay. Any discussion on the resolution as amended? Number
So
2.
we have to vote on the amendment.
We got to vote on the amendment.
Everyone's good with the amendment. Yep, so all the delegation will vote.
Okay, we'll call for the vote then.
Yep.
Okay, we'll call for the vote. Okay, that resolution passed, 95
No,
point.
the amendment passed.
The amendment passed, right. Okay, now I'll let microphone number 2 speak.
Yeah.
Yes, so Milt Mastad, RM 44, a motion to amend as well. It's too bad I didn't get here first, but I'd like to, the same part of that resolution, we'd like to add the Swift Current Research Facility, which is also facing cuts.
Okay. The mover, do you accept that? Second amendment?
Yeah, that seems all right to me, yeah.
Okay. Anyone want to discuss the amendment, the second amendment? No. Recognize microphone number 2. No? I mean 3, sorry.
Thanks, Bill. Hall 307 again. I believe this changes the intent of this resolution because all of the research stations across Canada got cuts. This is closures, and I think we should leave it as closures for this resolution.
Okay. So it's not a friendly amendment.
So the mover doesn't, we have to see if the mover, well, do you have the wording for it? Is it amended? Okay. Can we bring it up?
We will bring the up on the screen and Laurel can read it. So it's
Ask if there's any more discussion. It's no longer a friendly amendment if it changes intent, right? So we just got to allow anyone else to comment. So far, he's accepted it, so.
Okay, it's no longer a friendly amendment, so is there any further discussion on it? Microphone number 1, do you want to speak?
Or are you just standing there?
No, I think I do kind of agree with that you know, this is about closures. We know there's cuts across and that also sucks, but this is more about the closures.
So just confirm
Okay.
that, is he rejecting the amendment then?
So you are rejecting the amendment?
I guess if I have the power to, yeah, I'd like to reject that.
Can we do
Yeah.
that, Adrian?
I'm going to let you take this.
Well, it's a bit of a gray area because
I'm
you already
sorry,
accepted
yeah.
it.
So
And
then-
so realistically, we probably should bring it up and do a vote. I don't know if we can,
Yeah.
I'm talking to our parliamentarians, I think that's the fairest way to deal with this. So I'm going to ask Christina, or your screen, to bring up the screen and I'll read the amended and we'll go from there. Okay, it's up there. So it's the first be it resolved again, I'm going to read it. It says, be it resolved that SARM advocate to the federal government for the reversal of its decision concerning the Indian Head and Scott and Swift Current Agricultural Research Farms and for the reinstatement of its operations. So we're going to vote on that. Does anyone want to speak to that? I guess?
Anyone want to speak to that amendment?
And we can call for the question.
Okay, no one's speaking. I'll call for the vote on the amendment. Okay, that was defeated, 61% to 38. So put the other one back on the screen. So that would be the original motion with the first amendment. Okay, as soon as that resolution comes up, okay, Laurel will read that again.
Okay, so now it's amended back to the First Amendment, which basically says, be it resolved that SARM advocate to the federal government for the reversal of its decision concerning the Indian Head and Scott Agricultural Research Farms and for the reinstatement of its operations. So we're back to that amended.
Okay, does anyone want to speak to the resolution as it is worded now, as it's been amended? Okay, we will call for the vote. Okay, that motion passes 95% in favor. Okay, we will move on to resolution number 22-26A.
Resolution 2226A, cancellation of proposed changes to the Health of Animals Regulations. RM of Val-Marie number 17, submitting RM. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the federal government for the proposed changes to Part 15, traceability, of the Health of Animals Regulations be canceled. The need to change the current traceability system has not been clearly demonstrated as necessary or required. Be it further resolved that if a sufficient need to change the current system can be clearly demonstrated to the livestock producers and is supported by industry, then the process to change the Health of Animals Regulations be restarted from the beginning.
Okay, does someone care to move that resolution? Number 2, microphone 2.
I will move. Tim Christensen, Division 2, Val-Marie. Somehow, somewhere we have went off the track, starting with the wrong agencies being in charge of ag. Health Canada does not understand ag, and they do not have time to learn. CFIA and other groups have lost sight of the real picture. When these CFIA changes were leaked to the producers, they promoted the need for traceability as though we did not have any, when in fact since 2001 all cattle must be tagged with a CFIA approved tag. This tag data is stored in Canadian Livestock Tracking System, CLTS, allowing investigators to trace an animal from birth to abattoir. On top of that, Alberta, British Columbia, Saskatchewan have the most proven time after time brand registry and is still a fail-safe. Provinces like Ontario, Manitoba don't have this mechanism. A dairy herd in Ontario where this may be supported is a robotic industry compared to the cow-calf producers of the prairies. Our industry has had isolated cases of TB from 2016 to 2025. Status and impact of these isolated detections are managed through strict tracing and testing to maintain Canada's international trade status and protect the beef industry. This was done expediently through brand registration and RFID tags. This is proven it works. CFIA and their Gazette would like their proposed changes to be reviewed every 3 years until full traceability is achieved, based off models such as Europe and Australia. Our mainstream news outlets stay away from showing us the tensions and stresses their ag community has suffered from these overreaching regulations. It's an overreach with no additional positive product. Having said that, CFIA pushing us, they say, to do better, and yet no checks in place to keep them honest when dealing with producers who have had their herds depopulated for a disease. Fair compensation in a timely manner has not been adhered to. Clean up their own act before imposing ridiculous regulations on the rest of us. In closing, what CFIA is proposing will involve, based on their 20-year scenarios, will be hundreds of thousands to millions of data uploads and will not save time. At the end of the day, ground truthing, RFID tags, brands will be the proven method when there is a disease outbreak. Currently, we have the Saskatchewan Stock Growers, the Saskatchewan Cattle Association,
30 seconds.
And the Canadian Cattle Association, all in support of halting these changes. I ask for our SARM members to stand with us in a united front to stop these regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak to the resolution? If not, I will call for the vote. That resolution passes by 97%. Okay, we'll move on to resolution number 23-26A.
Resolution 2326A, CFIA Reform, RM of Wiska Creek, number 106. Be it resolved that SARM, along with the provincial government and our provincial livestock industries, lobby the federal government to undertake reform of the CFIA to create an agency that is responsive and effective. Be it further resolved that SARM lobby the federal government to have CFIA split into two agencies, one responsible for food safety and remain under Health Canada, while the second agency would be responsible for regulating agriculture and housed under the Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada.
Okay, does someone want to move the resolution? I see someone at microphone number 1.
Kelly Williamson, RM 106, Wiska Creek. I so move.
Do you care to speak to the resolution?
Yes, briefly. We need reform within CFIA, and I think the quickest way to get that done is getting the livestock portion back under the Minister of Agriculture federally.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else care to speak to the resolution? Okay, seeing no one, I'll call for the question. Okay, that resolution passes by 96%. Move on to resolution number 24-26A.
Resolution 2426A, Glyphosate Use and Management, RM of Meeting Lake, number 466, submitting RM. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial and federal governments to recognize and support the continued responsible use of glyphosate as an essential tool for modern agricultural production.
Okay, recognizing someone at microphone 2, do you care to move the resolution?
Yes, I'll carry that resolution.
Okay, do you care to speak to the resolution?
Yes, I would like to. Far too often we're hearing environmentalists saying that glyphosate is not healthy, it's not good for you, it's poisonous, and it should be banned. Being that as a council, we just have been seeing that far too many times. So I think it says in the resolution that the profitability and economic sustainability of grain farming, as well as food security, are heavily reliant on the continued use of glyphosate. And I strongly encourage you to vote in favor of this.
Thank you. Could you state your name and RM, please? I know who you are, but maybe the other people don't.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Randy Almack, RM of Meeting Lake, number 466.
Thank you, Randy. Anyone else want to speak to the resolution? I see someone at microphone number 3.
Hall 307. This has nothing, or not a whole lot, to do with this resolution, Mr. Chair. But just to follow up on what our Ag Minister says, to you, the board, push to get PMRA under Ag as well.
Yes. Okay. Does anyone else want to speak to the resolution? Okay, seeing none, I will call for the vote. Okay, that resolution passes by 90.7%. Folks, before you leave, I'd just like to say I want to thank everyone, every municipality that submitted resolutions and had them submitted to our office. And I'd also like to thank the Resolutions Committee that's chaired by Darren Steinley for the work you do, and the staff, Brian and your team, for reviewing them and getting them all properly worded and in the right texture. So thank you again for everyone. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning. Sabine, it's your turn now. You can take it away.
I have nothing more to add except don't forget to join us for our networking breakfast tomorrow again at 8 a.m. And there is a chance for you to win a trip to Cabo. Drive safe if you're heading home tonight. Drive safe in the city, and we'll see you first thing in the morning. Thank you, Bill.